Okay, we are live. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome. Sorry we're just a little bit late today. We're trying to make sure we're all set up on the back end for you guys. Today we have a very special guest with us. We have Mr. Gman-Crypto from the Gman-Crypto channel. He's going to be introducing himself and talking a little bit about himself today. We're going to be running through some live strategy testing, and in between signals, G-Man's going to talk about some of the strategies he's looking to get involved with today. We're going to be taking a little bit of different approach in the strategies we're going to be working with, but I'll let G-Man explain his side in just a moment. Why don't we get him on screen now? I'll go over and pull him up to the Zoom chat. All right, welcome, G-Man. You're on the big screen. You want to say what's up to everybody?
Thanks, Edward. Hey, what's up, guys? Gman-Crypto here. You're all doing well, and welcome to the live stream. We'll be sharing a lot of different strategies today. I'll be sharing one of my 15-minute strategies that I've been testing for over a month right now. So yeah, I'd like to share that with you guys. So we'll be taking trades. I hope that the market will allow us to take the trades. I'm not going to do anything sporadic and just jump into anything just to place a trade for you guys. But I'll try my best to find profitable trades, high probability trades within the session. Yeah.
All right, my man. That's why we call him G-Man. Gman-Crypto. Sweet deal, boss. Thanks for coming on the show today, man. I'm really glad to have you here. Hope it goes well. Like G-Man said, we've had a little bit of choppy markets lately. I mean, not choppy. It's Bitcoin's completely slammed out of its wedge. So I'd like to talk a little bit about where Bitcoin might be headed. Obvious, just very general basic market structure breaks before I get into my strategy, if that's all right with you, G-Man.
That's good. That's good, bro.
All right, sweet deal. So let me just run over to my chart of my screen here. So very quickly, I'm not going to spend too much time talking about this, but I just want to talk about the sell-off that we have seen recently. So our recent market structure that we were playing in was something along an uptrend channel, but it was in the larger attempted breakout of a downtrend. So we had broken a downtrend a few times here, and I've talked about this in my previous streams, but for those who have missed it, this is just a very, very basic idea of where prices conflicted at and what ranges we're going to be playing in the upcoming days. And we can see how far it extends into midsummer, where we can expect some type of price movement to either catch here and continue an upwards ascent, which at this point I'm not really sure is the way it's going to go out. We do have a valid downtrend that's been valid since November. It actually started in November, and we had suspicions in December, could confirm it was a downtrend around Christmas last year in 2021. So we've had this attempted outbreak, but the larger picture still says that we're in a downtrend, as we have not created a new high since November of 2021, and that's quite some time. We can see here that most all of our recent structures have been broken. We had this attempted support line here, but we're just ranging now towards previous support line, which we can try and play this as a zone. Look for other areas to run into potential support here, along the way down. But ultimately, we're looking for a clash of price action right here for our next area of interest. And these values come from COVID crash lows springing into September of 2020. So these values are from once upon a time, and it's the last uptrend support touch until we can consider a true, what people would like to think of, bearish market. Now, a lot of people are going to say it's different because of different fundamentals. We're just looking at technicals here and looking into our price ranging. So be prepared for something of this nature, and any type of upwards price movements, we'll see conflict here along these levels. G-Man, you got any 2 cents you want to put in on Bitcoin? I just did a very brief outlook on it, and I know you have some other methods of analyzing data. So if you want to share what you think might be happening for Bitcoin in the next coming days or even months, I'll give you the floor for that, sir. Let me come back over to you.
Share my screen.
All right.
Okay, this is my analysis on Bitcoin. As you can see, we have a ascending channel that I plotted out on the daily. I'm looking at the level of 35K The reason for that is that we have confluence there with our monthly support and with our channel as well. So that is my confirmation that we could potentially see a 35K Bitcoin. Break below this channel and that support, we could see lower prices based on my analysis. You can see we broke down this falling wedge to the downside, and we've been in this downtrend since the 29th of March based on this structure on the wedge. So for me personally, I'd like to see a bounce off the monthly and then break above the support. I mean, this resistance to be more bullish on Bitcoin, because that's our new high based on our daily resistance. So that's my take on BTC at the moment. I'd like to see a bounce off this monthly support and ascending channel for continuation to the upside. But if we close below this, we could see lower prices for Bitcoin. So that is my take on Bitcoin at the moment.
That is a very nice take. I love how you have your daily, monthly, and weekly levels right there at the side. Very clean. I can see where all your levels are there, man. It's a solid chart. I'm very wary of that 35K level. I definitely don't want to see it fall much lower. I knew there was going to be some pause in momentum here, but I mean, ultimately, if that slam continues, it's not going to look good for us.
Oh, only good at a wall. Oh, yeah. So let's hope for a bounce of the 35.
Let us hope. Let us hope. I mean, maybe if there's a whale or two watching, they can do something to influence that. But moving on.
It's not the weekend as well, man. So
I know the volatility was crazy. I was watching the 15-minute chart yesterday, and I saw that huge fall off. I was like, oh my goodness! It just kept going. The candles just kept dropping. I saw like 6 of them in a row. I was like, okay, where's it gonna? Yeah, right there. I saw those like 6 of those 15-minute candles in a row, and I was like, okay, so maybe we'll catch some support here, like right about where you have that support zone, and then floop, that next candle just shot down so fast, dude. I was like, well, man, number went down today. So we're seeing. I didn't partake in any profitable shorts. No, I didn't have the audacity to enter that volatility. It was fun, but I don't have the you know me, I'm a very aggressive trader, so I have learned in the past whenever I jump in moments like this, I always make the wrong decision, and it always more and more I've hardly ever come out profitable from these quick hasty decisions based upon market slams. So I like to try to wait until there's a little bit of cool off. I tried to play a little bit after that slam. Let me try and find my recent activity there. I can show you where I was playing around.
And then stop sharing.
Oh yeah, you can stop sharing. I was just trying to find mine, but I don't want to take too much time trying to locate it. I think I had recently deleted some stuff for the stream because I wasn't going to be using all that chicken scratch that I had. But anyway, I was waiting for the most of that volatility to calm down before I continued to trade in Bitcoin. And then whenever I could see on the 1-minute time frame, I was trading a little bit of wedges and fallouts and had a little bit of success there. But today I'm not going to be focusing too much on market structure. The strategy I'm going to be presenting, I recently made a video about it, so in the upcoming months I want to test more strategies. A lot of times on YouTube I see this best strategy, blah blah blah, tested 100 times, and a lot of times they're simulated tests, a lot of times they're from back testing, or a lot of times, you know, 100 trades in any sample, you know, that might work in 1 month of uptrend, but it might not work in 6 months later in a month of downtrend. It might not work 2 years from now in a different market scenario. So I'm just going to be trying to test different strategies here live and try to show how you can use triggers based with tuition to try and make something of a market. So I am going to try and use a little bit. I mean, there's some things I can't ignore. Just by looking at the chart, you know, I can see some things like market structure. So there's some things I cannot ignore, just mindfully being aware of. But I will try to only take action based on the EMA cross. I'm just going to go ahead and put that on my chart now. Let me get my chart set up so I can show you guys. All right, so here we are. I'm just going to be throwing on the EMA cross. Now there's 5 input values that should populate. I'm going to turn off all of these, and so I'm just going to be running with the 50 and the 200. So recently I made a video about the 5200 EMA crossover. Now on the 1 minute time frame, the validity of this doesn't have a high percentage success ratio of going from open to close. We could put this into a backtester and find that out very quickly. But for today's instruction, I want to take as many trades as possible during the stream. I'm going to try to run it for 4 hours. We've projected the stream for 4 hours, so if you got the grit, you can hang around for 4 hours. If not, you can check back and see what the results were at the end of the video after it's recorded. But I'm going to try and capture as many trades as I can on the 1 minute time frame based off of these crosses. Essentially, if it's in a downtrend, I'm going to try and short it based off of 50 touches or 200 touches. If it crosses over, like in this event here, then I'm going to try and look for longs and position my entries based off of 50 touches or 200 touches with stop losses and take profit goals, particularly around previous support or resistance. And that might not make sense while I'm explaining it, but I'm sure you'll be able to see it during the video. So it's not just going to be some sped up simulated risk to reward deal. I do have my 3 commas open in another tab, so we're going to be taking trades on 3 commas. I'm going to try and punch them in as fast as I can because it's essentially a 1 minute time frame, and we're going to be taking these positions on the 1 minute time frame. So I might not have my exchange on screen the entire time while I'm setting up the trade. As soon as I get in there, I'll bring it on just like I did now to confirm that the position is a real position. And that's the same chart that I've got here on both of them. It's 1 minute on Bybit. So I'm going to be taking my trades on the 1 minute time frame on Bybit. Now before I get started with my strategy, I want to let Gman talk about the strategy he's going to run through, because we will be doing them concurrently. While we wait for the market to present us opportunities, we're going to be interacting with you. So we haven't really got to the comments too much yet, guys, at all actually. I responded to a couple through my own comment, but we will give some time dedicated to the comments and review other altcoins while we're waiting for our signals to play out. So we'll put it in the background, the signals that we're waiting to play out for us to take our trades, and while that's waiting, we will go through the altcoins and comments. So now I'll let G-Man go on and share his strategy. G-Man, you ready to present your strategy, brother?
Sure, no problem.
All right.
All right, so for my strategy, guys, I'll be using the 15 minutes. Like I said, it's a strategy I've been working on for a couple of months right now, only based on the RSI. We all know that we have oversold and overbought regions on the RSI and divergences, but I feel that there's a lot of things that we are missing with regards to the RSI, so I'd like to share that with you. I will show you some live examples on the charts. If the trade is, if my conditions are met, I'll take that trade as well, and I will show you on the live stream as well what the results are. I will be posting a video on my channel more in depth about the strategy, but I will give you some brief understanding about it. It's how to use the RSI as support and resistance based on price action. Not just looking at the trend overbought or oversold conditions, trying to establish a pivot swings of a high and a low, only using the RSI with price action. So that is my strategy that I'm going to be working on. I normally do it, I'm comfortable doing it on the 15 minute, but I'm going to try and push it here and there on the 5 minute as well, just to give you guys a different understanding that can be used on different time frames. But because we're live, there's no point me doing a swing trade and waiting to show you the results. So I can take a swing trade, but then we can show you maybe in the next stream, or you can look up in our Discord and look at the results. But I will be scalping on the 15 and the 5 minute based on my RSI strategy. Yeah, so that's it.
Hell yeah, that's what's up, G-Man. Hey, before we get started on the strategies real quick, is there anything you want to shout out, anything you want to let our viewers know? We can go ahead and go through the comments here, see if anyone's got anything for us, and then we can just go ahead and start projecting.
Now, let's go through the comments.
All right, sweet deal. We've only got a few of them here so far, a couple of them pre-stream. So let me see. Ananya says G-Man's in the house. Janny says hello guys and girls, hope you're doing well. He asked if he could drop the link in Discord to say we're live. It's not against the rules, Jenny. I wasn't promoting, so that I'll let you know that. I generally don't just like to push my shit in Crypto University Discord server. It's not cool. It's their own platform. But if you guys have interest in something, I'm not going to stop you from sharing it. If it was someone else's channel, I wouldn't stop it. So I would like to say the same rules apply for me. And Kobe, what's up, bro? Wise Gold says, hi, G-Man. Kobe says, by Jenny? It's Caesar. Caesar! What's up, Caesar? Kobe. God, because I don't know how to say Kobe. What's up, Caesar? Johnny 8 says, what's up, Edward and G-Man? Hope you're doing fine. Looking forward to the show. What's up, Johnny? Caesar says, greetings. Ronald says, 6 background. I think he likes your background, bro, because it's not mine. I didn't show mine.
Ooh, chilling on the moon.
Pius says, Moon Boys. Yes, sir, Pius. Moon Boys in the house. Caesar says, can we trade with you? Caesar, if you want to trade with us, you're more than welcome to, brother. None of this that is being expressed within this video should be considered financial advice. But if you want to take the position with us, it's going to be up to you ultimately. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. I will say that I'm going to be extremely inaccurate on a 1-minute time frame without looking at any other indicators. But like I said, you're more than welcome to follow either one of us. Apollo says, how do you set the input on RSI 14? G-Man, do you want to show him how to set the input on RSI 14 since you're going to be doing the RSI strategy?
The inputs, sure.
Rob Hopkins. Oh, shit.
In your RSI, you go to the toggle wheel there, which is settings. You click it, you go to inputs, and there you RSI length. So you will change it to 14. Whether you're using the SMA, you can change the length there as well. So those are the 2 areas where you change it. So let me change this to 20. And there you will see that it's now changed to RSI 20. So again, in your settings, into inputs, RSI length, change to 14, which is standard. Press OK. And that's how you do it.
All right. Beautifully said. Very easily explained. Thanks for that, G-Man. Pi says he just shared. Ananya says normalize MACD versus MACD. Ananya, I'm not really sure what the difference between those are. G-Man, do you have something on that?
Yeah. You see the normalized MACD has a faster reading than the normal MACD. If you base it, let me show on my screen quickly.
Okay, yeah, let me go to screen capture. Okay, so after this one, guys, we'll go ahead and get started with our strategies. But G-Man, you're ready for screen capture.
All right, let me take this away. So your normal MACD, moving average convergence divergence, and then we can go for normalized. So what happens between, at first glance, they look exactly the same. But if you look closely, you will see that the normalized MACD in most cases gives you an earlier reading in your MACD. So let me just do a quick playback based on that. Here we can see that the MACD line and signal line is above the zero line of the histogram, as well as on the normalized MACD. But as you can see, the signal line and MACD line is converging already. And we can see that there's a flip in volumes, which is red. So we're looking for a bearish signal. Here the MACD, the normal MACD hasn't shown us the bearish signal as yet. But we can see that it's close to it. So if I play just a couple of bars, here we got a bearish crossover on the normalized MACD, but we're still awaiting on the MACD itself. So in most, not all the times, but in most cases, the normalized MACD will give you a faster reading as opposed to the MACD itself. So that's basically the difference between the two. And the settings is all standard settings because the MACD is based on the 1226, but the normalized is based on the 12 and 21 EMA. So that's the difference. So, but as always, you can't use this normalized or the MACD as the indicator to go with. You need more confirmation. So using any MACD or any strategy or any indicator, you still need to know what your support resistance are, whether it's going to be a false signal or not. So for me personally, when I use the MACD, I like to use the RSI as my second confirmation. So that's basically the difference between the normal MACD and the normalized MACD. It just gives you a faster reading. Here we got a bullish crossover, which happened at least 3 candles before that. So that's the difference. Cool.
Nice. I'm glad you were here, G-Man, because I honestly didn't even know that the normalized MACD was another indicator. But very nice observations. I can see the difference in them. So maybe I should start trying to see where the differences can help me in my charts. Seems like you would have been able to play that sharp spill out a little bit better if you were using the normalized MACD in that case. That one where you had right there.
Yeah, you could use it in that scenario, but like I said, going only on this crossovers, that's playing a dangerous game. You know, I mean, look at this bearish crossover, but price continued further. So this on its own, it's not always a good choice to do. So you need another indicator. You need more confluence to confirm whether those crossovers are valid or not.
Yes, sir. I can see that. Thank you for sharing that. And who is that asked? Ananya. Thanks for... That was Ananya, right? Yep. Thanks for asking, bro. All right. So we're going to put a pause on the comments real quick and get started with our strategies that we are intending to trade today. So let me just see. G-Man, you can go ahead and prepare your screen on your side. I'm going to try and just get mine going real quick. Oh, need to come back to the corner. Okay, sweet. So I'm in the corner here. So guys, me and G-Man are going to be going back to back between screen shares. We're not going to have like a dual on-screen deal, but we're just basically going to try and go back and forth whenever we have our conditions met. So right now, what I have witnessed here is a bearish crossover. I'm taking the 5200 EMA crossover. So what I have witnessed is what's actually called the death cross. It has a lot more validity on the 4-hour and 1-day time frames. So if you want to trade this strategy on the 4-hour and 1-day time frames, just from signal to signal, you can do that profitably. And I don't have to waste any more of your time. But right now what I'm doing is looking to trade it manually, and I've made a video about this to explain it further in detail. But basically right now I've witnessed a death cross, so I'm going to be waiting right here. It looks like price is shooting for a retest. So what I'm going to want to try and do is short on a death cross and long on a golden cross. So right here I'm going to want to be trying to find my short entry. It may be coming up just about now. I want to try and wait for that touch, maybe a spill just a little bit to the other side. That way I can have a reasonable stop loss above swing high, or above recent levels of resistance. So the swing high would be over here. That's way too far. And honestly, that's a little bit too far out of this range. But if I can measure back here, I could see that it snaps some cases between 1% to 0.5% away. That's 1.25%. So a good median range will be 0.75% away from that line. And if I can see where that lines up with recent market structure, a little bit over that high, I really don't want to be involved in a position that long. If price comes up and does something like this, where it crosses over, comes here, and then confirms, that's where I'll be looking to get stopped out. So I don't just want to get stopped out on this move right here, because price could do some type of rejection pullback, respect the larger downtrend, and then ultimately come into a profitable area. So I want to make sure I have enough margin to enter. I'm not going to explain every single thought as it's going through my head in the live markets. I'm going to try my best to interject, but based upon where me and G-Man are in conversation, I don't want to just, damn, it looks like that was my entry there. So it looks like I've missed this one. I'll probably wait for another retest attempt because it's too far away now. But that's the basic of how I'm going to be running through the strategy. I'm going to try and position my stop losses in a place where they make sense to me based upon previous market structure, closest resistance, and where I think price might react within that on the stream. So maybe I could fit in a few of these trades. Seems like we'll be out here, so maybe I could fit in just a few trades today to see, but we'll see how it goes through real live emotion. So I am now officially looking for my entries. Let me take this off because I've already missed that entry. So I am looking for my entries, and G-Man, when you have your screen prepared, I will just be able to flip through them back and forth. So let me make sure I got that ready. And yeah, cool. So now I just need to go back and forth. Whenever you have your screen share ready to go, just let me know and we can get you on screen, okay? For now. Oh, G-Man, you got your mic muted, boss.
Oh, sorry.
All good.
There we go. So let me just delete some of my analysis on the RSI so I can just give you a brief explanation of what I'm looking for and what a lot of people, some people use this type of strategy, but I've never heard anyone talking about it because we're always looking for the wrong things with the RSI. So let me share my screen and my charts. I'll take you through quickly.
Yes, sir. Whenever you got your screen up, let me know. Just drawing a little bit of lines on mine. Alright, looks like he's got it up there. Take it away, good sir.
Alright, this one is based on the 15 minutes. Let me just remove that. So obviously based on market structure, we can see that we're in a downtrend based on that drop we had yesterday. Bitcoin is currently consolidating around the weekly support, which turned down into resistance. We've got this support, this local support, above our monthly. So for my strategy, I just want to show you guys how we can use the RSI to determine where the pullback will happen or a possible reversal, only using the RSI. So we're not going to take in consideration the overbought and oversold areas. Because if you're scalping, you'll notice that, let's say you were at this point of the chart, because it's at 70, so that is overbought. You wouldn't necessarily take a long position. Psychologically, you would think that you're already overbought, so price should come down. But as you can see, based on that 70, price continued upwards. So that would already throw you out to say that I'm not taking a long here because we are overbought already. But when you're scalping, we're not going to take into consideration the overbought and oversold positions because this could be in this area for hours. Same applies there. But the strategy that I'm speaking about, I want you to have a close look at what I'm going to show you now. We first going to look at previous price action. Look at this pivot point here. We saw a bounce from this point based on the RSI. So we saw a bounce of that support, that diagonal support. And for that reason, I'll put a trend line right across. Second thing is, now we can see that we got a movement to the upside. This is acting as resistance. That there. Because we tested it multiple times before we broke through it. If you look at this high point on the RSI, you will see that's the start of that resistance. For that reason, I'll put another horizontal ray there. Now, based on my analysis, we saw a break above this resistance. We broke above it. So now if you look at this bar here, this eye here, based on your RSI, we never reached this point on your RSI. So that would be acting as your resistance on your RSI. As long as the RSI stays below these two lines, I will take a short. If it breaks below this one, I will take another short. So now you pull out a trend line. So in this instance, you could do something like that. Based from this point where we got the rejection, if you took a short position based on that, you would only jump out of this trade once we see a break of this trend line. Same would apply. I actually took this short yesterday. I had it mapped out like this. Based like that. So my analysis was this pivot, this high point here, it still hasn't broken that resistance, neither this one on your RSI. We broke below our previous support on our RSI. And I took a short position based on that. I did not jump out of that trade. up until this point. So why didn't I jump out of this trade? Because we haven't broken this trend line on the RSI. Once the trend line crossed, that was my exit. Because now we have a change in market structure. Here we formed a new high based on this candle here, but the market was consolidating. So if you take another trend line based on the RSI and you plotted it from this point right across, for there, you'd have known that this was going to be continuation to the downside based on we never broke above our RSI resistance. Then in a new scenario, you place, this is your new point now. So if you look at this based on that swing low, even though we're forming lower lows here, we still haven't broken down further. So if this breaks this support on my RSI, that will be another short. And the reason why I said don't worry about oversold and overbought, because you will notice that this support is at the 30. So you generally won't look for a short position there, because now you're thinking, oh, well, it's oversold. I'm looking for a reversal. But as I mentioned, that could stay in this area for days. So when using this strategy, you always bear in mind when using the charts as well. You can clearly see this is a resistance zone. There. That's our support. So what am I looking at based on the RSI? If I pull another trend line on this RSI, on this live chart now, if I had to take a short position based on this analysis, let's just for argument's sake, we take a short from there, previous swing, and let's go for a 1-to-5 risk to reward ratio. Now we look at this trade. As long as this RSI stays below my trend line, I will stay in this position. And my exit will be based on my trend line if my target is not hit. And bear in mind that this is a support zone as well. So now we know that's a pivot point there. So look at this big red candle. That is a bearish engulfing candle. But look at its point on the RSI. We only reached that point and not the support. So I can already establish that if this market goes to this new support from this point, we could see a reaction. But if it breaks above this trend line, I'm taking that long position. And if you look, I can show you a lot of examples. So when you're doing this strategy in a downtrend, you take it from the top of your RSI to the bottom. In an uptrend, you take it from the bottom to the top. And your exit will be based on the break of your support. If you have it like this and the break happens and you get rejected from this resistance and it breaks the support, then we can be guaranteed, not guaranteed, but there's a higher probability that it will go further to the downside. So yeah, that's the strategy I'm going to be using to find some trades, only based on market structure, price action, and my RSI support resistance and trend lines. Ooh.
Solid strategy, bro. Solid. Do you usually trade this in Bitcoin, or have you tried it in some other alts as well?
I've done it in all alts. Most alts, not all alts, most alts.
Most of the ones that you usually trade?
It's the same concept. So look, we always look at Bitcoin first to see what the market is doing. But there are days when, you know, the other coins don't respect Bitcoin's movement. So the strategy works on any piece. So we're only finding the real support and resistance based on the RSI. So now another thing that we neglect when we're doing RSI is we look for bullish and bearish divergence. That's everybody's favorite. That's the reversals. Let's go. But there's one thing we never look out for, and that is bullish or bearish continuation divergence. So when I say continuation divergence is based on market structure, we're in a downtrend. Yeah, we have bearish divergence. But because we're in a downtrend, that is bearish continuation divergence. So we're always looking for reversals and when we're going to go back up or back down. But these small indications can show us that we are going to continue lower. So we never actually look for these divergences that plays in consolidation. We always just worried about these swings, the big ones. But these divergences can be very powerful to establish a continuation of that trend. So that's a very important fact as well with the RSI. So I'll leave this on the chart and we can see what happens. But if we don't break this trend line, we can even extend it. I would stay in a position like this.
What is the RR on that? What is that there?
1.5, 1%.
Not bad at all.
So, yeah. So that's what I'm going for the 1.5 to 3 ratio. I mean, you could do the tight stop loss and go with this swing there, which is like that, and then you could shoot for 1 to 2 or 3 ratio.
G-Man's the man of many strategies.
So just above your support, that would still be a 1 to 5 plus 3 relation.
It seems like if you try to reduce the stop loss there, you might just be walking into a trap. I like. Normally, I don't like to have too deep stop losses, but I think 1% was reasonable where you had it in that situation.
Yeah, it was about it was at the weekly previous swing. Then I added something like that, 1 to 5 plus 3 relation. But like I said, this can play out. This is my confirmation here. If it breaks this trend line, I would love to see a rejection at this resistance, because every time price hit this resistance, what happened? Push down, push down. There we got it, push down. Here we get resistance again, so further movement to the downside. Here we saw it again, we saw a swing lower, which created a new lower low. So I'd like to see a rejection from this trend line. If not this trend line, from the white line, which is now my RSI resistance.
See, that looks beautiful.
Yeah, so I'll be looking for trades based solely on that strategy, nothing else.
Nice. And you're looking for this on 15-minute only?
Do it on 5 minutes as well. Obviously 5 minutes will give you up. So now this would be changed from there to there, if I was doing this on a 5 minute. So even if I see a break of this trend line, that is not necessarily meaning that I'm gonna jump out. That could be a fake out. But for me, based on the 5 minute, this is an important level for me. This resistance. Because look at every point when I touch that resistance, what happened? You saw lower prices. Every time. So this acted as a resistance, even though on the chart we can see it's a massive downtrend. But based on the RSI, we don't see that here. On the RSI, it's straight. But the RSI is showing us that this resistance is strong. So that's like my take on that strategy.
It's a solid strategy, man. It makes perfect sense. I like the way you explained it. Using only the comparison between candlesticks and RSI values.
Yeah, because look, here we got a bullish divergence on the 5-minute. There. If you move this is the lowest soon. You know that we got a rejection there. We're looking for lower prices because this is our support. Once we hit that trend line support and this point, and it's like confirmation of we could see a reversal. I know it looks a bit confusing, sounds crazy, but
Maybe to the naked eye, but I followed you. Yeah, maybe to the naked eye it could get like that. It always starts simplistic. It seems like it turns into the spaghetti bowl or something, but you know, I mean, really, that's kind of what it comes down to whenever you start trading, you know, high frequency trading, and you could call that intraday trading too. The smaller time frames where there's more action required, things start to get crazy, you know, and highly speculative, so requires drawings like this.
Cool.
If you don't watch the person draw it, or don't draw it yourself, probably doesn't make more sense. But since I watched you draw it, or you know, at least explain it, it makes a lot more sense. But whenever you first pulled it up, it didn't make a whole lot. Just from looking at it.
Yeah, so very important key on this strategy is just look at the high and low points of the RSI based on price action. So based on this, if you look at the RSI alone, you would think that this is going to continue further based on that price action. But the minute we got a rejection there, as long as it stayed below this trend line, it just continues.
Yeah, I saw that bullish divergence there, but I really didn't trust it. I didn't see it on the 5-minute time frame. It was a different time frame that I had noticed some divergence, but I was like, oh man, I'm not really the ideal entry was far past by the time I had observed it, so I wasn't gonna wager on it. I would have liked to if it was in just the right time, but even then I know that it probably wouldn't play out all the way. There's a lot of bearish momentum on Bitcoin right now.
That's it. The way I look at it, right? How do I know that this bearish divergence didn't play out? So you have to look a little bit deeper and look to your left. I want you to look at these points, all these points, what happens. So from there to there, so if I place it here, we can see is our bullish divergence. But why didn't I take a trade here? We could have still made some profits before it came back down. But based on this previous support, it was now resistance. So I was waiting for a clear break of this support, of this resistance now.
All right, Professor Gman, can I get on screen real quick, sir? I got one live. I jumped in a few moments ago I want to comment on.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you very much, G-Man. I don't want to cut you off mid-sentence, but I just want to give a little update on my position here. So I was able to find this entry, and just like that candle shot up. So right now I'm back to entry. No, no harm, no foul. But I took the entry here based upon price was coming back to this 200 EMA, and I didn't want to miss the entry like I did there. I did set up a limit entry for a perfect touch right there, but I just got impatient, ended up jumping market right here. And so now I witnessed this rejection here. So it's starting to play, and it's within this range, right? So that's a dynamic support range. If support is found here, it's very likely that price could continue up. We have this resistance to play in now, and I've put one trend line based on previous high points. And this is a speculative trend line because it doesn't even connect 3 points. So in theory, I've taken an entry here. In theory, if price is to experience this rejection and come back down, I can stay in this position with greater confidence and try to ride it to a recent swing low would be right here, and maybe even to my desired TP goal. So I need to watch this area closely and this area right here. Since it's the 1 minute since it's the 1 minute time frame, I can see these candlesticks playing very closely in here, and I need to watch how this area plays out right here. That's starting to be my way. So there's this small interlevel area right here now that has been identified, if I can find a rectangle, based upon this value and this value. So I'm going to be playing in this range and pretty much floating between, is this the right idea or is this the wrong idea until this can break above or below, right? If price breaks above here, I'm starting to be wary of my idea. Maybe I can pull out before it hits to that stop loss. But if price breaks this potential support level here and starts to come down, then I can look for it to find rejection along that and potentially follow it down lower and chase it out. So that is how I'm seeing this now. I'm going to take this box away, but that's kind of like the zone. Like if you've ever seen someone play baseball or whatever, that's the strikeout zone right there. This is the zone I'm looking for now. Candlesticks need to give me some more information based upon that zone, and it's the zone's being created by the 5200 EMA because that's all I'm looking at on this strategy. So that is what I'm relying on. And I just wanted to share that before it gets too much further. So right now, I'm a victim to exchange fees and a victim to market order spreads. With 0.1% profitability, I'm down a quarter. So usually in the past, I've taken my positions with a little bit more margin, but we're using CU's account here. So shout out Crypto University for sponsoring this account. And I don't want to force liquidate it for a live stream, so I'm only using 10x with 5% of the available balance, and I'm going to be closely watching to make sure I'm making decisions based upon this strategy right here. So that's kind of where I'm looking at right now. I'm in a live trade, and that's how I'm going to be looking to manage it. This area is crucial for me. So yes, G-Man, if you had anything else to share, I don't know where you were in your presentation, sir, but if you had anything else to share, I just wanted to show the viewers where I'm at in my position and how I would look to manage this based upon this strategy that I'm trying to implement.
Oh, no, cool, bro. I'm just looking at some altcoins here for possible entries. Maybe the guys can request some altcoins that they like. You can have a look at it.
Sweet. Actually, from the live stream last time, there were a couple we didn't get to. Are there any altcoins there? If anyone has altcoins, they're more than welcome to drop them in this one. But we did have some suggestions from the last live stream we didn't actually get a chance to look at. Oh my God, Bitcoin's pumping! It's pumping. Woo! I should probably get out of this. What you think? Damn, look at that candle shot up. I hate the 1 minute time frames. So now I'll see how it plays that rejection. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me comment back on here real quick. G-Man, from the last stream, maybe if you want to find something, we had XTZ, Tezos, ADA, Cardano, LTC, Litecoin, Solana. Those were four that we didn't get last time. And then if you guys have any altcoins you want us to look at, drop them in the comment section below. Let me jump back over to my my trade real quick because pressure is on. So you guys just saw my live reaction for that. Whenever you see something like this, you're forced or you want to take action. But I made my analysis before these actions started to unfold. Now what I need to do is just sit here and wait and see how this is going to play along this level right here. Like I said, this is a hypothetical rejection line based upon previous points. So price might, oh God, no. Okay, I should probably just avoid loss. That's what I'm thinking in my head now. I should probably just avoid loss and wait for that crossover. Holy hell. Okay, welcome to the game. Okay, yeah, that's not good. Not good, not good. I have a stop loss range. I'm going to let my stop loss, I'm going to see and let my stop loss do its thing. I'm not looking at any other values. So I'll play the damn stop loss range because I already set it up. Hopefully now what I don't want to see, what might occur now is price comes here and like I said, does a retest here and continues to move upwards. In which case, if there is a golden cross, then I will try to look for a long. For now, I'm just going to hope that this is just a liquidity grab for more short entries and sustain my position. I'm just going to go with it, and I'm just going to leave my emotions out of this. It's really hard to do. It's really hard to do, especially when you're on a live stream. I don't really get the chance to, think like I would if I were alone and manage things as I would if I were alone. But, whatever, we'll play it out. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. And I'll take an altcoin too. G-Man, which one are you doing? I'll do a different one.
Which one we got?
Yeah, from the last stream we got XTZ, ADA, LTC, and Sol. So whichever one, you pick one and then I'll take a different one.
I'll go with Sol, it's fine.
Alright, cool. You'll take Sol? I'll take Tezos. I haven't looked at Tezos in a good while. I'll go through the comments real quick too. So Patrick says he's driving tonight. He wants to see us later. It's probably already gone. Deuce, Patrick. Johnny said he never seen the RSI strategy before. He likes it. G-Man has magic wand in the biz, says Pius. And then we have, let me see, flash of all flare. Is that long or short? If you're talking to me, mine is short. Green means profitability. Red means I'm losing money. So Pius says, all this TA looks simple, but talk about discipline and consistency. Yeah, man, the TA is easy. You know, understanding trend lines. Well, it's just memorization, just like anything in school. Anything you have to learn, you know, it becomes some memorization point, and then you start to apply it in real scenarios. So it's easy to learn TA, but it's much harder to actually apply it. And, you know, you get these suspicions about what the market may or may not do against you. So live trading is a lot harder. Fire says, Bybit is not good for scalping. The fees are insane. Yeah, the fees are pretty radical, but if you're using limit orders like I should have been, at least for the entries, and then, you know, take profits are better for limit orders too. Sometimes I end up using markets there. But you're right. Bybit's fees aren't the best, but their liquidity is fantastic. So I appreciate that. And I can't use Binance anymore, or else I would. But in the States, I cannot use Binance, even with a VPN, because I can't use API keys anymore. So out with Binance for me. The fellow says DAR. So maybe we'll put DAR to the list, and I'll try to get to it today on the stream. I'll be here for quite some time. All right. Where's my damn pen? I'll just write it down with this pencil. DAR. Okay. All right, so I'm going to put a pin in my trade. I'm going to watch it very closely and update you as I'm thinking on it. But for now, I'm going to pop it up into a different panel so I can watch it.
You're not trading with the hourglass?
Sir? No, I'm not
trading.
No, I'm not trading with the hourglass. I'm trying to trade the EMA strategy here. So I want to I want to see how reliable it is or isn't.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, so yeah, I had XTZ. I guess I'll just type it all the way then. I don't want to look at the purple. All right, G-Man, you want to share on, do you have something for Sol? Because I need to chart XTZ real quick. I don't have much on it. I haven't looked at it in a long time.
I need to chart Sol, but I just want to show you guys on that BTC.
Okay, yeah.
On my BTC.
Screen's back on you.
Let me just show you what's happening there. See, as I mentioned, that break of this is not my confirmation. We still haven't broken my resistance, and for that reason I won't jump out of the straight just yet. This key level is important to me, so therefore it looks bad now, but up until the point that we break this resistance, I won't jump out of the straight based on that strategy. Cool. So I just wanted to show you guys that this is just a trend line that I put here for diagonal resistance. But like I said, I'm basing mine on the RSI. So if I get a rejection from this resistance, that's continuation to the downside. If we break above it, that would be my next resistance based on price action. Cool. Just wanted to share that.
All right. Sweet deal, boss. I'm going to go ahead and chart up on Tezos now. If you guys want to watch me chart it, we can do that while G-Man charts up on Solana. So I'm just going to do a quick run through and talk about daily time frame structures. Okay, nice. So we can see some very clear structure here. Looks like price is coming into a wedge. Wow, that's going to be a fun play very soon. I'm glad we're looking at Tezos. That's going to be major upside or major downside soon. Easy play here. With the wedge, it looks like it could be going to the downside. But you know, at $2.50, wow. Last time I saw this, it was like at $4 or something. I haven't really looked at Tezos in a while. Wow, very interesting structure. Okay, so let me just draw this over. Looks like I had got this from this value over here. The validity of it doesn't stand very strongly right here, so I'm not going to draw that over anymore. Are we seeing Tezos behind me? Okay, yeah, that is Tezos behind me.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so I'm charting Tezos here on the daily. It looks like that interest falling out. I probably fell off Tezos about right here somewhere. I usually draw my projections to range out for some time. So, there we go. I think in like 2020 or 2021, this is my most traded coin or something like that. I have a post on it on Instagram. Or like the most volume I put into a coin. I don't remember. But I haven't looked at it in a long time. So if we're trying to play these values, obviously these are broken. I really don't want to connect a point here. I mean, at one time, if I was, at one point, if I was watching this, you know, I could have played this based off of that. I probably would have played it more like this. Let me exit that there. Let me take note of my BTC position. Yeah, so I probably would have played something like that because honestly, if you can't see the future, that looks like a valid wedge to me, right? I mean, I'd be playing something like that. But since we can see forward, I'm just going to not draw that and just draw the current market structure where we're at on the daily time frame. So, I mean, from high value to high value, we're looking at that there. And all this other stuff is like inch broken. But like I said, we're still within a larger downtrend. So here would be a nice little support floor. Well, that's been uptrending for quite some time. Okay, so I'm looking at BTC here, and I really, I'm just gonna share my thoughts on it. I don't want to be involved in this position anymore, honestly. We don't see a golden cross yet, so there could still be some downside, and this might not be a true breakover. But like I said, this was a speculative downtrend line. I didn't want to put too much faith in. What we're supposed to be checking here is the 50 and 200 cross. So price is looking to find, it's battling and trying to find support here along 200. And if the 50 EMA comes up and can continue to find support there, it's going to invalidate the trade, and that's going to close the short, prompt me to take a long based on that crossover. So, I mean, honestly, I would like to just get out and cut loss here. I'm pretty sure I know what way this is going to go, but I'm going to wait and play the damn strategy how it's supposed to be played. So there's no golden cross yet. I'll stay in the position. Coming back to Tezos, to XTZ. I want to try and draw some kind of support zone somewhere, but it looks like the support floor just steady rises through the months. So from the COVID crash, the support floor has just risen up periodically, and the swings are so volatile. There's not much, a lot of sustained upside movement like we saw in. So here'd be the COVID crash. So BTC did 600%. Tezos did about the same, but now Tezos did more. But now it's down 74%, where BTC's down less than 50%, I think, right now. So Tezos has not been able to sustain high price levels for a long time, and that's very evident in its price action history. There's not any very strong horizontal support resistance flips here. Most of Tezos' growth is attributed to short term, or some people will call this long term, from 2021 to from December 20 to May of 2021, 131 days. That's definitely not a short-term play, but in the eyes of the investor who's been around for a long time, Warren Buffett, Benjamin Graham, these guys would shit on 131-day movements. That's nothing to them. So this is nothing. This trend has not a long-term validity. If you look at other assets comparatively, you'll probably find something similar. But the bar is not being risen here in the long-term history of this. The long-term growth is very, very slow. So we can see that it's respected this trend line for quite some time. Let me make that green. So I'm not exactly touching all the points I'd like to. I'd like to start from right here and try and project out. And that's going to give me a much different angle and be like a last-ditch resort. So I'm basically going to be stemming these values from the wicks of these low points here. And these are deep wicks. So this is where price has come a few times and has certainly found, in all of the lows, price couldn't break here. So we could speculate on other support resistance levels, dynamic support and resistance levels, all day. But this is valid. This is as valid as my name is fucking DeadlyCrypto. This has support touches, and it came very, very close right here. So I would look for some type of confluence in the future, which we are at right now. If price breaks below this, it's bye-bye long-term upside for Tezos. This is a support level that hasn't been broken in a long time, since 2020, and could indicate long-term bearish retraces. So we could indicate long-term downwards momentum following this downtrend line, which is very steep, right? So this is our area of confluence, or our area of conflict. So now really quickly, let me go back to my BTC trade, because thank goodness it is in profits. Now I have the option to close for profits at any point, but what I'm gonna try and do is, God, you guys saw all the emotions through that. So, you know, I'm a little bit over dramatic because we're on live stream. I don't just sit here and scream obscenities whenever I'm trading by myself, but I definitely do feel the emotions. So I'm trying to be vocal and project my emotions during the live stream. But right now, I'm thankful that it's in profits. I would really like to monitor this closely and see if these two continue. Where's my damn paintbrush? Help, I lost the paintbrush. There we go. Okay, so if this comes down here like that, and this comes down here like that, I'm gonna be a happy camper. I'm gonna be a happy camper there. But that's not for sure yet, and that's what I'm wary of. So while I'm in profits, like I said, I'm just gonna be careful. Oh, let me get rid of this paintbrush now. Ultimately, if I can get to this point right here and price break below that, I'll like to adjust my SL. Right now, I feel like I should put it right back to entry. If I was trading in a normal environment without an audience, I would put my stop loss to just above entry right now. And I would try to make sure that I at least get stopped out for some type of profit. For the purpose of this strategy, I'm going to see, you know, if this plays out valid or not, and try and write it down. But that's how I like to play. Right now, I would love to move my entry to where I would get out and split the difference on fees, at least. So the only thing I've wasted is time. But like I said, I don't want price to retrace. I get stopped out in an adjusted target, and then price continues to go down. So I'm not going to adjust the stop loss just yet, at least not until I get to this previous level of I can see recent support. So if price breaks through that, then I'll be more confident in adjusting my stop loss here, because I will like to think that price could venture away from that and test some of these other areas on the downside. Is as long as this stays valid. So that being said, there's a really quick daily outlook on Tezos. I can jump into a smaller time frame, but I'm going to pass the mic back over to Gman and see if he's got anything on Sol that he wants to share yet. And if he does, while he's sharing his thoughts on Solana, I'm going to watch my trade and break down Tezos into a 4-hour time frame, see if I can find anything different. G-Man, your mic is muted, sir.
Yeah, here we go. So just a brief way I like to look at my trades when I start off. So I always place it on the daily, my daily technicals. We can see that based on this daily chart, Solana got a rejection at previous daily, and we currently see a bounce at the daily support as well. For me, because we're in a downtrend, we like to see a break of market structure, so we like to see a break of this high. If we would take a conservative approach with regards to a bullish scenario. So in a scenario like this, I like to use my fibs. I like to use multiple fibs to see key levels based on the daily. So I'll pull out my retracement. Because we're in a downtrend, I'll take it from the swing high, swing low. Based on my resistance, we can see that it's at the 23.60 of the fibs. So if we see a rejection from this point, that would only mean a continuation. That would be a mild pullback, or a shallow pullback, as they call it, for continuation to the downside. What I like to do is I like to take it from different points, because like fibs are subjective. Like everybody has their own way of doing it. But I like to see confluence within the fibs to show me that those are strong areas or key levels for me. So I'm taking from this swing This is also a swing here as well. So I'll take it from there. Something like that. Now, based on this, we can see that all these firms are actually aligning with my daily resistance. We've got that 23.60, we've got our 50, 38.20, and slightly above that, we have golden pocket ratio. So this is a key level on Solana. We need to see a reversal from our daily in order for us to be bullish based on this analysis. So we like to see a reversal to the upside, but break and close above our resistance zone for a potential long swing position. Because if you take a long from this point, there is no guarantee that price will reverse, even though the RSI is now currently trading in an oversold position. That is not confirmation enough for me. So we know that that is a key level of resistance. This is our daily support. So what I'll do is I'll plot out that daily support as well as a trend line based on this swing. The reason why I'm cutting through these candles is because I'm trying to get the most number of touches based on the daily. So if you look at the daily chart, this was potentially not potential, it was a fake out based on volumes. So if you understand volume, so what we call is VSA, we can see that based on this volume and that spread, we could see that price would go down because volume spread analysis works on these volumes and the candlestick. So a good example is, let me show you. Look at this volume spread here and look at that candlestick. Look at the spread compared to the volume. That is showing us that that is divergence within volumes and spread. So this was an indication that we could see potentially go a bit higher before we see continuation to the downside. Because this is what we know is known as volume divergence. The spread does not accompany the volumes. So something's happening here. Something strange is going on with this price action. So that's also one of the things I look out for. Based on my MA on my volumes, is it below average? Is it average volumes or above average? And once we see these spikes in volume, do we see a continuation to the upside based on our volumes? Like, are we seeing higher spikes or lower lows? So if we see that, we know that something's not right in the markets. Here we got a spike above average. So I like to use this volume spread analysis on my daily as well. So for me, let me jump over to the 4-hourly, which I like to trade on. Let me just remove these fibs because I've already established now what my zones are. So in order for me to make a decision based on this, on the 4-hourly, I would like to see a bounce off our support and break above this diagonal resistance. But you must be very careful because based on this diagonal resistance, there's a daily resistance as well. So I would rather be very bullish on Solana if we break above this zone, my daily zone. Because this is we're still in a downtrend. Even though we formed higher highs here, we still never broke our previous daily resistance. So if I had to use this now on that 15-minute strategy, let's check it out. So we add our daily support, which is good. We like to look for long positions from our daily support based on a scalping strategy. So if I take my trend line from that swing, which is there, from there, right across. So as long as we stay above this trend line, I'm looking to take a long position. But now, what is our resistance based on the RSI? We go with the horizontal array. We see at this swing point here, which was resistance, right there. That was our resistance point. Break above that, and you'll go for a potential long position. Because if you're looking at the price action, this is now on a scalp strategy, that is your resistance. Look at that swing of that resistance is there. If I had to draw a trend line based on that, it will look something like this. So this would be my first confirmation, and that would be my second confirmation for a long. Even though we haven't, this candle doesn't necessarily have to break this resistance. It just has to break my RSI resistance. That's the key. And if you try to determine if it's going to go any lower, look at this point, that point, that point, this point, and that point. You can even go further. All these low points is this horizontal. So what is the RSI telling me now? That break above these zones, I'm taking the long position. Break below this resistance, support of the trend line, I will fire a long position once we bounce off this line, or if we break below this support on the RSI, I'll take a short position. So that is my take on Solana. So if you an aggressive trader like Edward, like DeadlyCrypto, he's a very aggressive trader. Here we can see a break of that trend line. Right. So if you're an aggressive trader, like I said, we'll be getting a bounce of our support. We haven't broken market structure to the upside. So if you had to take a long position, but your long position should be based on candle close. Always remember candle close, because that's also confirmation. I like to see candle close because this could be a green candle right now, but before candle close, we could see a dump back into our support zone. So I would wait for candle close, because at candle close, I'll get this confirmation. If I see it sloping down, I won't take a long position. But if it breaks this, that will be a potential long. And I've tried the strategy, like I said, for months now, and it's been very profitable. So you can see that we're not breaking that resistance. So therefore, I'm not prepared to take a long in this position just yet. If you see a rejection from this point, then I'll take a short. That's my take on Sol, but I would like to take a nice long swing on the Sol, because based on the daily, we haven't bottomed out just yet, but I think this zone is key. That zone there, because once we broke it previously, it's a shot up to the moon, like they say. So yeah, that's my take on Sol. If I had to base a trade on that, you see there's our rejection. So now let's go on the 5 minutes, 15 minutes too long for this example. It will be this point. Right there. About 3 minutes to go, we're below our daily. So bounce at this support. I would go with something like this. Say 1 to 5. No, that's too much. is there, just above that support. Let's go for 1-to-1 reward. Let's show. I'll go with a trade like that. As you can see, I'm profits based on this resistance and my resistance of that previous swing based on price action. Yeah.
And now my mic was muted. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Hell yeah. Very, very in-depth analysis. Sorry, I don't feel like I'm going to be able to provide such a in-depth analysis on Tezos. I cannot divert enough attention to charting it with my position, with my live position. But that was a really great explanation on Solana for us. Thank you, G-Man, for taking care of that for us. Yeah, I see you got some water too. All right, cool. Let me touch on my trade now. I'm gonna come over to my trade real quick. So you're definitely you're helping me to ease some of that stress. And you know what I think is what I just realized in this moment. You know, because this is a learning curve for me now, trading on live streams. I think that whenever I'm trading live, I focus on it way too much. Because normally whenever I'm scalping, I have monitors here, and I usually set up to monitor on one screen, and I'll be doing something else on this screen. So what that just did to me was I was watching you, and my attention was diverted from this. I was watching it in the background, but I wasn't too worried about it, you know, at the same time, because I know I have a stop loss and I take profit. So it just kind of helped to ease my mind about it. I think definitely you get a lot of I get a lot of anxiety whenever I'm staring at the charts. And man, maybe that's why I am so aggressive, is because I take so many actions on the 1 minute time frame. And you guys were here with me when I was thinking back here, oh, I should just cut my losses right now. I think that shit all the time, man. And you know, I feel like I have a lot of exposure to the markets. I literally just sit here in this area on these computers almost all day, every day. My girlfriend will tell you how much she hates that I just sit here at these computers. But I mean, yeah, that's something I've noticed, you know, without going too far into a tangent. I think that it's a lot harder to objectively watch a trade. Like right now, I'm watching this pump, and it's breaking me inside. I just want to close out, but this pump happened right here and right here, and ultimately the strategy still seems to be intact. Now I could have made a couple decisions back here to close out for profits, but the strategy still seems to be intact. We're still on a downward. I mean, we're not forming new lows yet. That is a higher high. Now we're forming lower lows. But our lower highs, our lows are stacking up though. We're forming higher lows and lower highs. So now I have a new small wedge, and I don't want to speculate too hard on that wedge because I'm trying to trade the EMA cross. But this is what I see in my head, right? I don't want to exactly, I don't want to try and play that structure, but I cannot help but see it with my eyeballs. Even if I don't draw those lines, I can see that wedge. And based upon what happens with that wedge, if it breaks up over here, I might want to get out of this trade. If it breaks down here, I might want to run away with profits. Those are all things that affect my decisions, even though I know I'm supposed to be trading just one strategy right now. So looks like it's going well. Just wanted to share my thoughts on that. And you can see, like I said back here, I did want to close out, but just stuck to the TA, did the TA, set my emotions aside for now. Seems to be going well. I'm still trying to target right here. If we can break below that, or maybe even I could feel better now. Is it gonna put the lines there? No. Yeah, maybe even I could feel better now if price comes below here and also finds rejection here. I'll feel better on that, and maybe can readjust my stop loss to where it will be somewhat profitable, because I do want to try and play the strategy. So yeah, that's that on BTC. Let me pull this up now. I'll share a couple more thoughts on Tezos. So I was able to jump in. I cannot provide that much analysis like G-Man did today, simply because I don't want to take that much energy off my live position. But I will say that I looked a bit closer into Tezos, and these values from the swing lows that we were talking about, right, based off these projected points, I just mapped them out so that way we could see where they would end up on the 4H time frame. Because maybe on the daily time frame they seemed outlandish and really far away, but it's actually not very impossible to see some of these lines again. I mean, very briefly, the closest one is within 20%, and we are on a steep downtrend here, but you know, that was tested recently, an attempted breakout. So people played this, and now there's this little, is it becoming support type deal, and potentially an area of support right here. But if we look back, I mean, this area of support's been breached, so it's going to have to come up soon. If not, that's going to be played as resistance and shoot down to a lower level. I mean, ultimately, we have a larger downtrend that's valid here, so I don't want to disrespect the downtrend. You know, if you turn this into a scalp position, these are 4-hour candlesticks, you can find plenty of scalping opportunities within this market structure, for sure. But looking at the larger picture, because I'm not actually going to be taking any positions today in Tezos, I would be cautious of the larger downtrend continuation and look out for some of these levels on the way down. So I'll bring BTC back over here now. And just so we know, I did have not in the trade earlier, but I just want to show my screen here. So we took that position at 140, right where my dealio is here. So that's 140. That's where I entered. All right, awesome, sweet deal. G-Man, you got any trades coming up from your strategy, or shall we take a look at? And like I said, G-Man, guys, he's a very special guest here today. I'm very glad to have him here, but I don't want him to think he's a prisoner. I'm gonna be trying to shoot for 4 hours today. Eventually, I want to shoot for like 8 hours, maybe even a 24-hour live stream. That'd be fucking sick. But I don't want to feel like G-Man's prisoner here. So G-Man, would you like to take a look at another altcoin for us? We can continue to hit up this list, and I'll take another one while you take another one. Oh, you got your mic muted, boss. Would you happen to be on the YouTube live to see the comments as well, or you're not? You don't have that up in a window? Because I could just read them off if you'd like. We only have a couple more.
No, I've got the live stream happening on another screen, so I can see all the comments.
All right, cool. Caesar asked if you had shorted BTC on that 15-minute time frame. I don't think you actually took that trade you shared, did you?
No, I was just showing you an example. I can share to show what it looks like. So let me just share that.
Sure thing. While you're working on that, I'll get that screen cap. Oop, there we go. Screen capture's ready. Go ahead. Oh, nice.
There we go. So, and let me see my Solana. Did it switch over?
Yeah.
Yep.
Solid, brother.
Yeah, so. And like I said, it's all about that trend line and that pivot point of your support and resistance based on your RSI.
Nice. Cool.
So we break that support, that red line, that's my support on the RSI. I'm looking for a reversal at the next support. Break there, I'll stay in this trend. So that's. So both it's, if I had multiple take profits here, this would have obviously filled some already. So what I normally do, just a quick one, what I normally do with my trades, depending on your stop loss, I would make my first take profit a 1-to-1 ratio. My second would be about a 1-to-5 ratio. My third will be a 2-to-1 ratio. And then I'll just shoot. If I see that the trend is still very strong and the trend looks good, then I'll just go for a 3-to-1 ratio based on my last take profit. So that's how I split up my take profits. Because if you look at any chart based on those percentages, if you look back, you'll see that, look where the 1.5 is a previous support. Like that. If you look at this 1-to-1 ratio, there. Always things to work out on the charts. Let's take profit 1, take profit 2. So yeah, that's how I do my multiple take profits when I'm doing my trades. Ooh.
Nice. Makes a lot of sense. You got set up for a really good position there based for that Solana entry, man. Solid. Yeah. Super dope. Let me check here. We got a couple more comments I haven't seen. So I can't pronounce this person's name. Luciker Rekisel asked if I still run DCA bots. Yes, brother. I still do run DCA bots. I'm actually working on a very awesome strategy I can't wait to present on behalf of CU. So with CU, we're looking to conduct a strategy that should take about 5 years. I often get the question, what's the best strategy? So we're going to be looking to test 7 strategies over 5 years to capture a Bitcoin bull cycle, and we'll be able to share those results on a live scale with you. But to answer your question in short, yes, I still run bots. They can be profitable in these conditions. Johnny says, where's the sand timer? It's right here. You know, I still got it on the desk. My coin! I always forget that the coin's on top of it, because I usually don't pick it up. I usually just flip it. But yeah, it's still here on the desk. It's way past 15 minutes. But guys, I'm not using it. Normally whenever I'm scalping with that sand timer, I'm using a compilation of data analysis in my head. I'm looking at EMAs, looking at MACD, RSI, ADX, candlesticks, open, close, looking at a bunch of different stuff that would require me to make my prediction within a 15-minute window. In this particular scenario, I can't predict how long the EMA cross will take to play to unfold, so I'm just trying to adhere to the strategy that I'm presenting today. Let me go ahead and show you on that and touch on that really quickly. So here I'll notice that price strayed pretty far away from the EMA. Oh fuck. Yeah, price strayed pretty far away from the EMA. Let me extend this because that's getting in the way of my talk. So price is now looking to reject this one more time. I don't know if we're going to get that pop over and potentially a golden cross soon, because price came very far away and this death cross has been active for some time now. If this rejection plays out here, next time it comes down, I'm going to look to exit this trade, because I've already been in, and that's one thing that I hate about not confining my trades, because I've already been in this position for far too long, and you see a lot of up and down. There's plenty of room for me to close out with profits multiple times. But damn it, I want to try and play the strategy to its extent. So we'll see if this busts open down. If not, next time it gets back into this range, I'm just going to go ahead and close it out, and then we'll wait for potentially another short entry or the golden cross to try and find that long entry. But this is too much for me. This is too much for me to handle. I can't handle it no more. I saw price straight pretty far away from this, and I'm not looking at any other time frames. I should be using multiple time frame analysis to see where the general market direction might be going. I would love to be looking at RSI to see what kind of pressures are being created by that, but I'm not, to adhere to the strategy, because I know for a fact if I even turn it on, I'm gonna analyze it. There's no way I could just turn it on and not use it. So that's where I'm at with this trade right now. That's kind of what I'm going through in my head. Damn, how far was that from entry? 0.38. Alright, well, let's see how it goes. We'll see if we get rejected here. I'm right back to entry now, so we'll see how it goes. Let me see what else we got on the comments here, because I jumped away from them. Ronald says, can I long or short on the 1H? You can, Ronald. You can long or short on any time frame, but I don't think I performed a 1 hour analysis, if that's what you're asking about. And I don't believe Gman has either. He was looking at some 5 and 15 minute time frames the majority of the time. But it is possible to long or short based on any time frame. You just need to make sure that you are using multiple time frame analysis to kind of project where it might go on the larger run, and then on the smaller time frame is where you want to try and get your entry targets and exit targets.
I wouldn't long on the 1H or short yet, because Bitcoin is consolidating and it's currently stuck between support and resistance, so I wouldn't go either way until I receive confirmation. If you want to trade it on the 1H, that's just my opinion.
Oh boy, Bitcoin's in that moment again, so it's created that zone for me again. I'm back in that same zone we were analyzing here now. Not looking too good.
Okay.
Hot dog it. Should have pulled out back here. It was pretty close to that support touch. I should have just reasoned that it was going to break up from there, but damn it, we'll keep it alive and we'll see. That's probably going to be the golden cross now. It's straight out too far. It's probably going to come up there and cross over. So we'll see if we could take that long and actually do something with it. But let me see what we got here now. Ronald says BTC. Oh, okay, yes, we got that one. Jenny says, we'll share the link of the vid, Edward. Hang on, let me get it quickly. Okay, I'm not going to be able to watch it during the live stream, boss, but I'll check it out after the live stream if you share the link. Johnny says, are you sniping over 15 minutes? I'm pretty sure he's talking to you on that one, G-Man. I'm not sniping on 15 minutes.
Nah, it's not sniping. Sniping is a whole different strategy. This is just based on an RSI strategy. You could call it sniping, but I wouldn't say that. That's something totally different. Snipe entries are another ballgame.
Shoot. All right. Let me see here. Boyts Mello says, sorry he's late, but he's in the house now. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so Jenny says, here's the link. Basically says that 50 sloping up and the 200 sloping up and 50 sloping down is not valid when it crosses. Okay. I'll try to check and see the video to see more about what you're talking about, but can't say I can understand with your text. I'm sorry. I think maybe you're saying like because they look a little tangled here, so if they were more aggressive in a slope, like potentially like this is where you'll want to look for short entries on this line instead of trying to short that. You're probably talking about a larger spill out. But on the 1 minute time frame, I'm not really gonna, okay, there's a good one. On the 1 minute time frame, I'm not really going to see anything like this, but this is probably what you're referring to, Jenny. So when they are really far sloping down in the same direction, you should be trying to short this one and, for example, use this as a stop loss. So if price comes over there, that's your stop loss for whenever you try and play those touches. So that would be something like that there, you know, here. I think that's what you're talking about. But in the 1 minute time frame, I really don't get that much opening, and you know, I could sit here and wait for the entries for the entire stream if I were to wait for those conditions. So it's a little bit forced, not gonna lie, but I am still adhering to the strategy on a basic level. I mean, if you get the cross at any point, or if it's golden or death cross, that's more or less how you're supposed to play it. I'm seeing support here again, so if price continues to go up, I've been in the damn trade this long, so I'll let the stop loss play out if it's gonna get hit. But I'm gonna be wary of that and maybe try to place a long over that there. Let's see. Damn, that BTC 1 minute looks like consolidation. Yeah, she's fighting it. And Wise Gold, he says, G-Man, please can you show us how to use EMA 200 on a 15 minutes time frame and 1 hour time frame? G-Man, I'll let you explain that if you want to, but really quickly I will just note out, boss, it's essentially the same on any time frame. I also recently posted a video about how to trade this strategy, so you can look at it, and it's applicable to any time frame. The most profitable time frames for Bitcoin, based off of backtesting information, are the daily time frames is the most profitable, and the next profitable time frame is the 4 hour time frame. However, within those conditions, there's a long time of inactivity, so that's why I chose to do it on the 1 minute time frame, simply for observation for the live stream. And G-Man, if you have anything you want to share on that, I'll pass it over to you, boss.
Yeah, like you said, it can be used on any time frame. Now, I can give him a quick brief understanding about the 15 and the hour, but that will be based on my strategy. I mean, there's many ways to use the 200 EMA, but generally, we only look for long positions where the price is trading above the 200 EMA. And that applies to all time frames. And we only look for short positions if price is trading below the 200. But using the 200 EMA on its own is simply not enough to make a trade decision. So you need other types of confluence. Is that 200 EMA sloping at resistance or support? Based on your indicators that you use, or the other confirmations, are you getting a bullish crossover perhaps on the MACD while it's above the 200 EMA, or if it's below the 200 EMA, are you getting a bearish crossover? So you'll use that as confirmations and more confluence to your trades. But like I said, like Edward said, it can be used on any time frame. But the general rule is that anything below it, it's a short position. Anything above it, it's a long position. So it's just touching on it briefly.
Thank you, G-Man, for touching on that. It's always great to have additional input. Man, I love having you up here on the show, G-Man. Definitely gotta make more out of this whenever you'd like to, man. And especially whenever you get to go live on your channel. I'd love to be on your channel, brother. How many subs you got now?
60 odd.
61. All right. You guys gotta sub my boy Gman-Crypto here. Gman, drop your channel link in the comments if you don't mind. That way they don't have to look around. They can find you real easily. Guys, if you aren't subbed to Gman-Crypto, you gotta get subbed to Gman-Crypto. That's my dude right there. Let me figure it out. There he is. Yes, sir. I'm pointing to you now. All right. Let me see here what we got. Yeah, Ronald says he saw my disappointment. That spike got me. Yeah, damn that spike. Caesar says, G-Man, do you think BTC will go down on 15? He said he used the fib, but it going up now.
Use the fib?
Yeah, he said he used the fib, but it going up now.
Oh, I'm not with him. How do we use the fib?
Yeah, Caesar, I guess maybe it would be depending upon how you use the fib. But also, you know, fibs are only valid for so long. They just give you guidelines, just like any other indicator. I guess, G-Man, if you could summarize, do you think if BTC going down on 15-minute time frame? I don't even want to look at 15-minute time frame because I'm just trying to isolate my information for the purpose of this trade sample.
Look, based on the 15-minute time frame, BTC is in a downtrend. That's the overall trend. We currently bounced off support, and we're currently smack in the middle of support and resistance. So at this point, I would say we might hit that resistance, that weekly resistance in the zone, before we continue lower. If we don't break that market structure, you must understand, if you're using the fibs now on the 15 minutes, that is not valid. Because fibs will give you wrong information in consolidation. So never use the fibs in a consolidating market. There has to be obvious high swings and high lows or vice versa. But never use those fibs in consolidation. It will give you a lot of false signals or a lot of false support and resistance, possible support and resistance. So by answering your question for the 15-minute, that I can't tell you. I haven't received any confirmation that you're going to see the price go lower. But bear in mind that we are still kind of in the downtrend.
All right, very well said. Sorry for my emotions during your speech there. I'm just watching my stop loss about to get smashed through. Damn, Bitcoin price just shot up. It's creating a higher high now. Let me just go ahead and share that real quick. Looks like that's created a higher high. So to me, I'm going to go ahead and wait for a little bit of opportunity to try and close out here with minimal losses now. I don't think price is going to come back and give me a profitable position. But I mean, I'm already determined the stop loss to be valid. So now at this point, I'm just determining how to cut my losses. It looks like we're getting the golden cross here. So I need to figure out how to get out of this position. Hot dog it. I knew it. I knew I should have came out right here. But I'm trying to follow the damn strategy. Should have just had maybe a tighter take profit and stop loss. But, you know, whatever. You guys get to see how it goes. So that'd probably be my exit right there. We get confirmation on this. Liquidity is going to make it hard right now with the market. Okay, so I was able to grab something. All right, so here we go. Let me load that up now. I'll pause that to where we got out. Okay, so that was where we got out. Let me set it up here now. I'm trying to set it up on 3 commas for your review, guys. I don't know who is trading out there with demo accounts. Just want to let you guys know it's not me. So here we go. I mean, I didn't put a lot of money on here. I mean, ultimately, when the account grows, I'm going to remain taking the same proportion trades. So as the account grows, you know, it's got like it's got like $2,400 on it. When it gets larger, the position sizes will become larger. There's not a lot of money on this stake right now, honestly. But there is some amount of money, which I think gives it a little bit more reality to me. And here you can see my sell position, which is where I tried to enter the short, average entry price, and then here's the stop loss that was canceled. So I just pulled this up for 3 commas. If you see right here, I'll pull that up and it'll give it to me. I didn't fix any of that on the chart for you guys. That's how it came up. So if I go back right into it again, it's going to be the same thing. I just preloaded it for y'all. So there it is. Sell buy because I shorted. Rebought to close the short for a loss. Here was my intended stop loss target. Damn, this looks a lot better now. I feel like I have the answers to everything. I feel like I just turned on cheat codes or something like that now, seeing the RSI and all my other EMAs, but whew, definitely gave me a lot more information. That was not fun, honestly. That was not fun. I'm still, for the purpose of the live stream, I'm still going to be trying to test only this EMA crossover strategy, but boy, that was not fun. I would definitely want to use more information. But now, so that is closed out, I'm just going to be looking for a long. If we have this golden cross, if not, I'll just short it in and try not to get my ass ate again. But yeah. All right, cool. So I'll try to go through the rest of the comments really quickly now, and then we can maybe I'll hit up another altcoin analysis while I'm waiting for another entry, and we'll see if G-Man's still wants to be on the show or if he was ready to depart
I'll do
yet.
another one, bro.
Oh, fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Alright, let's catch up on these comments real quick. Janny says, meaning if the 200 slope is upwards and the 50 cross is downward, it's not valid death cross. Alright, I would love to see the video on that. I don't want to pause too much more time on that. I'm sorry that was the first comment I came back to see, but yeah, let me check out the video and I'll get back with you in the Discord, Janny. You know I got you in the Discord. So, Wise Gold says, thanks, boss G-Man. Janny says, see that golden cross is valid because both EMAs moving in the same direction. I don't know if you're talking about this one, but they haven't quite crossed yet, so I'm not too sure. Damn it, Janny, we need to plug up on Discord. And damn it, I should have stayed in that position. Let me see. Okay, so he's there. He says, if it crosses now, it hasn't crossed yet. Okay, so I should have read one comment down there. So Ronald says, just joined the uni, so I'm still on my demo. Haha. Hey brother, practicing on demo is nothing wrong with that. I'd absolutely recommend that you practice on a demo account for as long as possible. Now it will become important one day that you introduce a small amount of money to start practicing and honing your emotions. But don't try to do everything at once. Just take it gradually. Understand how to spectate, understand how to reason, make decisions based on TA, and then you can understand how to because you're going to get that exposure to risk management and emotional management at the same time. In a demo account, you cannot practice risk management or emotional management seriously because you know that it's paper money. So your exposure to those avenues and realities will only happen when you start putting in real money. So take as much time as you need on demo and start in. Just because you're a pro demo trader and you have all this going for you, and you've made so many rights and wrongs and you know your strategy, don't think you're going to immediately take that to a real market because your emotions will not allow you to do that. So you're going to have to practice on that. So welcome to Crypto Uni though, by the way. The fellow says he's struggling to pull volume range profile. Could you please help? Maybe G-Man could share on that. I'm not going to touch on that too much today, but perhaps I can put that in another stream. G-Man, if you want to share on that, we'll allow you. But let me just touch up here. I got a few more comments. So Janny says, yes, that one. Okay, so Janny says, yes, this one. We'll see if it's more valid, and hopefully I could take a long on it. And Janny says, welcome, Ronald. Oh, how kind. Janny's such a sweet guy. Man, Janny's awesome. Can't wait to meet you, Janny. Trading teaches you discipline. That's why I don't use demo. Hey, brother, there's nothing wrong with using demo. Like I said, I mean, you got to figure out, if you're trading with real money at first, it's going to be painful to understand. I mean, it's going to be beneficial for you to learn risk management and emotional management, but it's going to be financially painful for you to trade with real money from the get-go. So nothing wrong with a demo account, man. Not at all. Don't worry about it. And Ronald says, thanks a lot. He's actually learning bit by bit. Hell yeah. That's what's up, bro. We're a good community around here.
Yeah.
All right. What altcoin did you say you were going to take, G-Man?
Was it LTC? What was it?
We looked at Tezos and Sol. So yeah, we had Cardano and LTC from the last stream, and then today we had DAR. Never even heard of that. LDQR.
LRC.
Never even heard of that. And LRC, which is Louvering Classic. I've at least heard of that one.
I'll take that one.
Which one? Which one?
LRC.
Okay. You got that one. I'll take... Well, I don't want to neglect last stream too hard. I'll definitely get to. I'm gonna be here for a while, so I'll take something from this stream today. But I want to try and clear out last stream's requests too. So I'll go ahead and take a look at ADA because I haven't really looked at it in a while, and it'll be interesting for me. So let me see. We already got this one, and we got that one, and Gman's got that one. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna do Cardano, and I'm also still waiting. Right here on my screen, still showing mine. Okay, yeah. So on my screen, I see it looked like we have a golden cross here. Now I'm going to be waiting for some type of pullback to try and capitalize on this and take an entry for a long now, playing the strategy. So that being said, I will shift. Let me save that real quick. Okay, it's already saved. Now I'll take this over to ADA. And G-Man, do you have anything on LRC you want to share right away, or do you want us to watch you map it?
I'm not sure when last I was with LRC. Let me check it.
How many cryptos are there? Like 3,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't chart everything. All right, excuse me, fellas. I drank 2 bottles of water already. I'm gonna have to grab some more. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some snacks too. While G-Man, let me get you set up for screen share. Okay, so yeah, G-Man, you can share your screen whenever you are ready, sir. And guys, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab some more water. Cold water.
Right, LRC. Let's have a look at this one. Clean shot here. See that this support. So let's go with. Let me start on the monthly quickly. I'll give you a breakdown how I do it. So that would be my monthly resistance there. I'll go with that one. My monthly. That's a new support zone on the monthly, so I'll ignore that one. I'll go with that resistance. Let's jump over to the weekly. You can see that the weekly and the monthly is in the same range. That monthly there. So I'll go with this weekly instead. So let's make that the weekly. Daily. All right. So based on this daily chart, most recent swing, daily swing was that one. Acted as support previously, 1, 2, 3, 4. Acted as resistance as well. So this is a strong daily for me. This is a key level. You could see it played off this daily multiple times. So that daily I'll take. This is the most recent daily. Resistance, there we go. As you can see there, we got a bounce off as well. We broke through, we turned into resistance, turned into support. So that's a key level that I will take a look at. So with that being said, let's take this daily as well. There we go. You can see that we had a bounce off that daily. Then we got it turned into support, which switched into resistance, which created this impulsive move to the downside. So, with regards to Tapelo, with the volume fixed range, it all depends on the time frame that you're using to establish your analysis. So, what I like to do is, we can see that we're in a downtrend, the market is consolidating. So where was our first swing? This would be our first swing before we consolidated. So instead of going to indicators, there's an easier way to find it. You just go on the left at your long and short position tool. Right at the bottom, you'll see fixed range volume profile. You can click on the star to make it a favorite, and it will automatically go to your indicator. So you take the fixed range. So based on this market structure, this is where the swing happened. So I would take it from this price action to where the swing happened. Now, what is this showing me? That we are now trading the white line you to see here. That is what we call the value area low. We know that if we break below this, we could see lower prices. We break above it. This also acts as a support and a resistance based on volumes. The red line is your POC, point of control. This is where most of the volumes happen based on this range. And value area high is your VIL. That also acts as strong resistance. Because after that, it's not real volumes based on your volume fixed profile. So this could also indicate that we could see further movement to the downside once we break the support that now turn into resistance. So the volume profile you can use as well on any time frame. So I'm using this now on the daily. So if you are trading now on your, let's say the 2 hourly. Here we can see, here we got a trading range. First, I would make a zone. Another zone, I'll use a parallel channel right here. Let me just remove that. This swing, that swing, and there. And now, based on my parallel channel, we can see that price is respecting the center line of the parallel channel. But now, because we're on the 2 hourly, not on the daily, we can break it down using the fixed range again from the point that we are now to where the impulsive move happened. And now you can see based on the 2 hourly chart, we are currently testing the point of control. So we want to see a break and close above our POC to have a bullish bias. You can see that we bounced off our value area low. So this was a good indication for possible reversal. And as you can see, value area high. So always remember, after value area high, that's what we see here are low volumes. That is indicating to us that in most cases, this is not going to continue further. We would like to see our value area high in a better position than that. So, or if you want to establish the bigger range, you take it from the top to the bottom. And you can see it's still within the same area. So no matter what point you're pulling it from, this area is very important based on this 2 hour chart, because this is our POC, point of control. And that simply represents the most volume that is ever traded in this pair based on that 2 hour chart. This is where most of the action happens, either to the upside or to the downside. So I hope that answers your question with regards to the fixed volume range. And remember, you don't have to go and indicate this as right on the side as your long position tool, right at the bottom. So yeah, I hope that helps. Yeah. So staying on that, let's go to my strategy again. You see, normally in a situation like this, I wouldn't really look for a potential trade because we are consolidating. I would rather do a zone based on that high and that candle. This is what I would normally do in a situation like this in consolidating markets. I would only take a potential long to my resistance. But what I'd love to see is a break either above or below. But bear in mind our daily, we're at our daily right here. Even though market structure is still in a downtrend, as you can see, like that. We'll go with that low. That's the lowest swing. That's equal. This could even be considered a double top right there. But now you see that we got a higher low, but we haven't cleared this previous resistance based on that double top there. So for that reason, I will still be looking to go to that area. And if I use my strategy based on my RSI, the swing here, that was my pivot point. As you can see, we haven't reached it. We're finding a rejection. So the next level would be this one. And based on my trend line, I'll take it from this point, that point, or this lowest point here. Push it across from there. So break of that, I'll take it lower. I'll take a potential short based on this rejection. So, but always bear in mind, so it's important to have the support and resistances mapped out, because yes, we can take a short when it breaks here, but remember we got this daily support. So no matter what time frame you're trading on, always remember these are key levels, these dailies. As you can see, we bounced off our daily. This is a couple of days, I think. And then we got the rejection. So we'd like to see, it's not always going to happen, we'd like to see a bounce off this daily for continuation to the upside. And if you would like to add your fibs to this, I'm not sure who asked about that fib strategy. This is what I'm talking about when it regards to Fibonacci's. You take it from your obvious swing high to your swing low. There. How can we establish what levels are being respected here? This is not showing us anything. Yes, it looks like we got a rejection at the 23.60, but I would never use this fibs in a consolidation, because fibs is a trend following indicator. You follow the trend with the fibs. So let's say we never had this big drop. You would potentially go with this fib, because this doesn't look like consolidation. This looks like a pull down, the retest, back down, double bottom, retest there. So this would be your new swing there. So because we're in a downtrend, this is my area. Let me just show you. This would be my key level here. The 50% and the 61.80 golden pocket. Thus, because we're in a downtrend, we're getting a rejection of the 38.20. So that is a shallow pullback. This was a shallow pullback. So we should, we're potentially going to see the market do this. Or I would like to see this happen. Break above this zone of this previous high. Something to that effect. So that's how you use these fibs as confluence. But if you're using the RSI strategy, you can use both of them together to have a better trade idea. So yeah, a looping, I wouldn't do anything right now. There's nothing that's gonna make me want to take a trade in this position, because this is heavy consolidation. That's it. Break either above or break below, but this is dangerous territory. It can go either way, because the 23.60 is there as well. But like I said, we haven't broken market structure to the upside, so I wouldn't take a long there at all. Hope that helps. Cool.
Hail to the, yeah, that was very descriptive, sir. It helped me understand the volume profile indicators, or the fixed range volume profile as well. Shit, I didn't know you could do that. Seems pretty solid in being able to provide the POC, as you said.
Yeah, so that's a good indication of when the market is the most price action happening. At POC, it's the level of buyers and sellers are all stepping in there, and it's all about the battle, who's going to win, you know? So it's like,
everyone's fighting to take it off the table right there, huh?
Exactly.
Shoot.
So basically, that's what you use it for. But you only use it for confluence. That's not like it's written in stone that it's going to work. But it gives you another level of support and resistance. Apart from everything else.
I definitely love having additional levels of support and resistance, especially whenever I'm scalping. You know I layer my shit up like an onion. I got eyes everywhere so I make sure I don't miss anything. But then at the same time, when I layer it too much, I start confusing myself as to which one's valid and which one's invalid. Alright, hell yeah, thanks for your thoughts on LRC. I can take it away from you now and try and share on Cardano. So let me pull up on some Cardano here. Yep, so we got Cardano behind me. Alright, so I mean I have these values from the daily. I can zoom out a little bit. I've done quite a bit of trading in Cardano, as you can see by some of my patterns in here. Not a lot recently. I actually didn't add too much to this chart to present it to you guys. So this is a pretty stern chart that I have. As we can see, Cardano has attempted to break a long-term downtrend that has been experiencing since September 1st, 2021. Around about the same time Bitcoin started dumping. So here we see a series of lower highs being created, and now naturally everyone with eyeballs wanted to short this. I wanted to short this here. That would have been the fourth touch, bringing us into the bottom of the wedge, but it has played over. Looks like there's a bit of a potentially a cup and handle pattern there. It's broken down past that point. So zooming into recent market structure now, neglecting that, I just wanted you to see where this value had come from. We have broken over that downtrend line, and I wouldn't say that it is valid that we've created, you know, an uptrend. We're not forming new higher highs. We're stuck between this previous point of horizontal resistance. Price created a high here. Ultimately, when price broke out of here, we didn't have this confirmation of a resistance point. But when price broke out here, we could expect to run into some type of resistance based off of this point right here. Price never actually reached it, which leads me to adjust the value to here. And now if we project it over, we can see that we have used this twice, so it would be a good area to look for potential resistance in the future. And these are pretty strong areas that we're looking at here on the 4-hour time frame. Now, as you can see, we do have what we'll call, you know, micro trends. Not essentially a micro trend since it's not a super small time frame, but we can also refer to it as an intraday trend. So if we are looking at this intraday position here, or intraday trend rather, I'm sorry, then we can see now, I mean, taking the same values, we can see on a larger time frame from high to low that this was very valid over the long term. Now we don't know how long we can rely on this because things are starting to pinch together. So price is starting to be conflicted now, and we can almost, you know, call this a consolidation. It's not exactly a consolidation as we have these large swings in between, but right now price is trapped between these ranges. And this value comes from here, which is a previous support resistance support roll flip. So price used this as resistance, came back briefly and touched it for support, and it's not perfect as I could have used a zone here, but that's a pretty precise clean touch based off that and floating between those values. Again, I could have drawn a zone, but I'm just going to avoid it. Price is a little bit far away anyway, so I'll figure whenever price comes through this, if it does not get a support check here, it will more than likely flip rolls and become resistance. So we need to be cautious of that because that could signal much greater long-term downside action, right? Because if we're looking back over here, we have these points we can kind of rely on, but there's not a lot of activity here. I'm not going to draw a volume profile range like Gman has done, simply because I don't really know how and I don't want to look like a fool. But these are not very reliable support and resistance points because there's not a lot of activity happening here. I would feel a little bit more comfortable maybe playing this one right here, as there's quite a bit of activity being butted up against this right here. But like even here and here, I mean, these were very quick movements. So I didn't really get any confidence between these here. So if I wanted to, I could drag that out lower and then maybe even extend something from these ranges to see where we might be going after this is breached. But I mean, just on the short side, to see if I can drag that over. Okay, let me get in there. Yeah, so just for one additional layer of support after that is broken, I could see price getting some kind of conflict here. If this is broken, maybe it will pop back below this and continue to respect it, or it starts to trend on top of it and it's used for a low with some dips on the downside. So maybe price can come down here and continue to respect it to this zone, or we can see price do something like this where it comes up here and then plays another downtrend, creating lower highs from here and touches this. Maybe it spills down once like this, what I'm talking about, and then comes back up and plays it something like that till it gets here. Now these are highly speculative directions for it, and I'm not saying that any of these are going to come true, but in a downward scenario, in a downtrending scenario, that's what I would be skeptical of. And for the upside potential, I'm going to be cautious of this point here, because I've also got this from a pretty fine support resistance roll flip. So this one again was not perfect, but price had created a resistance roll here and then came back, used almost precisely a support here, and did use it as support here. So because this is so precise, I'm going to use it to some degree as a area of potential resistance, because it's very precise. As I said, it was used here and here again, and now it's been used here and here. So this is very, very spot on, and this value is just created from these highs. So that gives me a little intra range, as if this box was drawn right here. This is where I'm going to be worried about serious resistance, right here. So I could even, this is far between a consolidation range, and I don't like to trade consolidation ranges, but that would make for a formidable position. If price gets rejected here, if we see price get rejected here, we can set up a short somewhere along these lines. And I'm not going to rely heavily on any of these recent areas of supportive resistance for my stop loss. That's just way too far for me to have a 10% stop loss. It's probably like 12%. Yeah, what I thought. So I'm not going to play that. If I were to play this, I would try to have it reasonably. I would probably just say, let's go ahead and put it above this, because I use that recent swing high. Probably extend it a little bit more in case there's that up and downward movement. And then I'll try to match it on the downside, because now I can trade back to the bottom of the consolidation channel comfortably. I can have targets set up all along this and be shooting ultimately for 27% down to the bottom of this consolidation range where I have presented price action to be. Now on the flip side of that, I don't have much telling me to take a long position right now. That's highly speculative. If I did want to take a long position, there are two ways I could do it. I could set up a long right now and play this range. Oh, hell no, never mind. 13%? That's too far down. Okay, so I wouldn't try to play that. I would wait to see now. Yeah, I can't do that. Can't find it in myself to do that, and even adjusting this here gives me more. I could still fall into that range. So a long right now is not formidable to me. I would like to try and wait to see ultimately if price could breach this, come up, and then sustain above here. Then I could try to find an entry above this with a stop loss below here. That would make me feel a little bit more comfortable. And then again, on the flip side, I could target back to the top of the consolidation range, which right here is strong resistance. We can get just below that at this point, which has been used twice. So that could be a TP1, TP2 scenario. And then, of course, if price continues to come above, well, we're trying to hit that home run derby now and maybe go back to all-time high. But I don't know how likely that is. Like I'm saying, in the months to come, there's a lot of bearish sentiment. Usually when people stop predicting new all-time highs, we see a lot of bearish movements, and it just seems as though we're about that point in the cycle. So I don't know. Could shoot up, could shoot down, but those are kind of ways you can speculate on it from my point of view.
Exclusive, bro.
Hell yeah. Check BTC. No, I closed that one out. Yeah, I closed that one out. Oh, I lost the top of it now. Hold on. Messed up trying to drag it from my other screen. Yeah, so I closed that one out right there. Would be a profitable position for me now. I could leave with profits, but it did give me a golden cross. Even if I didn't jump out at this point when I did, to follow the strategy, I would have had to jump out right here. Yeah. Because that's a golden cross, or maybe even after that candlestick one. So that would have been a strategy to follow. So I did jump the gun on my exit, but even if I were to follow the strategy, it still would have told me to get out. And now we have this tangled up. I really hate whenever this happens on the EMAs, because price is consolidating, and what a shitty time for price to consolidate while we're trying to go live for the guys. But you know, we can't control the market, so we will just try to observe this and see what we can make do with it. I'm still going to try and continue. For the purpose of this stream, I only wanted to run one strategy, and I just wanted to test the one strategy. I will say that it is extremely daunting on my brain to not be looking at other sources of information like the RSI or different time frames. But you know, to put it to the test, to put the strategy to a real test, I'm trying to fire on it now. So for here, for this position, I would have liked to have taken a long here at this point because the crosshead came over, but that had shot down so quickly, I wasn't really confident in its validity. If it had came and done a subtle test on the top of it, I would have tried to shoot an entry on there. But I wasn't really comfortable taking an entry on that, even though the strategy told me to, because I was pretty sure. I mean, right now we have this death cross occurred again, just really right immediately after. That would not have been a fun position if I saw that test and then rode to the death cross, which is here. And, you know, this is on the 1 minute time frame, so these are extremely invalid on smaller time frames. But like I said, the validity becomes greater on larger time frames. I just wouldn't be able to get anything done on a larger time frame, guys. So just because the strategy doesn't seem too effective in the two trades that were that we have seen sampled so far, doesn't mean it's a bad strategy. Just means that you need to do your own sample testing and figure out how to make it work for you. And for sure, try to take trades based on other time frames, not just the 1 minute time frame. So let me just go ahead and cross that off there. Cool, yeah, damn, we did really good on altcoins, G-Man. Thanks for your altcoin input. Thanks for being here so long with me. How far are we on the stream? 2 hours and 10 minutes. Nice, we're just over halfway there. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Boy,
let me share my screen quickly. I just want to show you something with regards to that RSI.
Yeah, coming over. Go on, sir.
Remember, we were looking at this point, and I said that I will only take a long once we break above this resistance. So that is how you establish even what a pullback is. As long as we're not, because now you can even have another trend line. I know it's going to look very, very confusing if you have a lot of them, but if you do that, so this was my break, but yet I'm still in this trade. Because I was watching this resistance. Because they acted as a resistance there and there. So this was my confirmation not to jump out of the trade just yet. Now that we're back in this range below this, it turned into support but now resistance. As long as it stays in this symmetrical triangle and breaks below this support, I'm going to stay in this position. Because once we break above here, there's my exit. Now, if you look at price action based on the RSI, you will say yes, but if it breaks here, won't that be your stop loss? That's not guaranteed. No, it won't. Because look here, where's this swing compared to that swing? This point and that point. So this break here, we could see something like this. Okay, they'll be breaking already below this trend line. So that's a good indication for me to stay in. So we could see even something like that. But as long as we don't cross this trend line, I'll be happy to stay in this trade as long as it takes. And I will only look for potential long if we should even break this support and get a bounce of that one. Because, like I mentioned every time, look at that breaks. That is the what we like to say, the pivot points. There's the swing. You could have caught in that nice down to your support area. But each swing high, swing low, use that support and resistance, and vice versa. And then the trend line is just for exits. So if I was like under normal circumstances, I would have jumped out of this trade long time ago. But ever since I've figured this out, that gives me more confidence to stay longer in the trade. And as you can see, it's still working. It's still playing out. It's taking a bit long. I would love to, but that's why I stay in my positions long enough to at least walk away with some decent profits. Cool. Just wanted to show that. That's based on that resistance line, like I call it on the RSI. Because you couldn't have established that this would happen. Because there's your rejection from that point. So you would be waiting for a retest of this zone. You don't have to wait for a retest of that zone based on the RSI. Yeah, that's showing you. That's your rejection. There. Swing high. Swing high. Cool. And we still going down.
So, did you readjust? G-Man, if you could share your screen again real quick. I had a question.
Sure.
All right. Yeah. So, right there, it looks like there's a RSI high that you kind of glossed over. Yeah, like right there where your cursor is actually. Go where your cursor was. Yeah. Go back. Yeah, right there. So, did you readjust that trend line after that was created anew, or why do you have that?
Created anew. You see, bear in mind that this is your key level, the white trend line, right? So I had it like that. It was like this. But even though it broke above, it caused a new high on the RSI, which is now in line with previous resistance. So this is valid for me. So I adjusted that way.
Okay, yeah. So instead of having 12 lines there, you just move the one.
Yeah. So you're moving with price action. So
Okay.
don't throw multiple lines like Spider-Man swung over. So,
Spiderweb. That's why have I never thought of that before? I always said spaghetti. Yes, my charts do end up looking like fucking spiderwebs.
so, but as you can see, this level from that point was the key level for me, and this made me stay in this trade. Yeah, so you must look at the support and resistance on the RSI. A lot of times you can catch this price action live, like to the TA. Not always. It's not always going to work, guys, but most often than not, it works. Like if you had to look at this point and you had your trend line like that, and that's your break. Based on that pivot point there, that's your new resistance, and you get a rejection. See how far you could have taken it. You could have taken an aggressive approach like Deadly and just jump into it. Candle close. Let's say you take it at that swing. That's at least almost a 2%. Or you take it to support. And it was only based on that break and not crossing above your resistance line. But it takes time to play with it. But eventually you'll see it. I know it looks easy now. I can cherry pick a lot on the chart, but it actually works in the real life action also.
Yeah, that was exactly my thoughts whenever I was determining, how to move forward with this stream particularly and other streams in the future. I'm gonna have some isolated straight for strategy testing, because so many times when we talk about analyzing things like I recently analyzed the EMA crossover and how you're showing us these RSI points on the chart, it's easy to pick out a moment that you can use to explain your thesis, but it's much harder to actually apply the thesis in a real market scenario. So that's outstanding comment, G-Man. Thanks for that. That's totally the purpose of this today. See how we can apply these strategies in a real market scenario.
Cool. Pleasure, bro. So yeah, that's still playing out well based on my strategy. But don't worry, guys. I will make a video a little bit more in depth. It starts from the beginning again, but you can always watch the live stream again over. No, we did it.
Yeah, there's definitely some level of unorganization on a live stream though, because whenever I'm making a video, I can organize my thoughts very carefully. Like that EMA video I was working on, I think it took me the better part of a week to make it. I recorded it in like 30 minutes, chopped a bunch of shit up. I think it's like 24 minutes long, something like that. It took me like a week to edit that damn thing, make sure it made sense. But I feel as though I did a really good job explaining how to use the EMA crossover. But again, it's just missing that liveness, that live factor. So there is
Yeah.
definitely, in any strategy contemplation, there's a factor that just cannot be accounted for, and that is live market reaction. So most excellent, sir. G-Man, how you feeling, brother? Because I know you're in a different part of the world. What time is it for you now? Oh, I can see on your chart there. It's coming about 9 p.m.
No, it's 20. That's I used UCT time for something else. It's now 20 past 10 the evening.
Oh, goodness. So it's already past 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Why is it that you have to try to set to UTC? That would confuse the hell out of me.
Now I was showing somebody that used that time frame.
Oh, okay.
I just never changed it because obviously all our daily closes are different time frames.
Yeah.
So like for me, my daily close is 2 a.m. in the morning. So most of the time I'm up 2 a.m. in the morning waiting for that daily close because that's gonna give me my indication of where we potentially heading. So yeah, it's a slip. Sometimes most of the time I'm up 2 a.m.
So your 2 a.m., what market does that correlate with?
That's daily close of Bitcoin.
But when
Of course.
it's your 2 a.m., what market is opening in retrospect? What's the closest market opening that you would think? Is it like, because I don't even know where you are exactly in the world, what the geography looks like there.
No, that time nothing's open. Everything's closed. It's only crypto.
Okay. So it's not like there's a harsh reaction or anything at that point. You're just strictly waiting for the daily close.
I wait for the daily close for candlestick analysis. So what pattern do we have? What type of candle was formed on that daily close? So let's say it's a bullish engulfing, or it's a pin bar, or it's a inside bar. That is already giving me some type of indication where the market could potentially hit. Not just waking up in the morning after everything is done and like, which way now? Is the market going? Let's jump on a lower time frame and see if we can find a trade. But most cases, if you place a trade based on your daily analysis, right, you can wake up and it might be in a loss, but if your analysis is correct and the chart goes with you, you're obviously going to stay longer in that trade. But I can guarantee you it will be a profitable trade if you just have the patience with it. And if this, like your analysis was correct based on your zoom. So yeah, for me, that daily close for me is very important. That's just how once I see my daily close, I already have a decision of which way the market is potentially heading and maybe which alts I'm trading based on Bitcoin.
Nice. And then do you take some action after you see this close? You take some action at 2 or 3 a.m. if you find it. If not, you just go to sleep? Or, I mean, what's
Then I would take, if my conditions are met, like I got a lot of rules in place for certain swing trades. If those conditions are met, I would take that trade irrespective. So, but the trade will be based on a daily. So like this, I wouldn't necessarily take a long position here. That's a big bearish engulfing.
Yeah.
Most of our support levels, we're still waiting to see if you're gonna hit this monthly or go below it. So if we break, if candle closes below, then I would look at other confluence because now it could either be a breakout or a false breakout. So sometimes jumping in too quick is also going to be detrimental. So you really have to wait a bit. But most often than not, I'll just put alerts on my charts. So if I get my daily trade idea, let's say we're at this point, I'll go long, I will jump to the 4 hourly, which is my trading time frame. And I look at that analysis and then make my decision. But then I know like this resistance here is key for me. So now I'm going to sleep. I don't know what's going to happen with the markets while I'm sleeping. So what I do is I place a limit order above the swing high. There. Then I will place a stop loss below this resistance. So if this market reverses and becomes bullish, my order will be full and I'll be in a long position by the time I wake up.
Solid. Very nice.
Yeah.
Sharpening both
And this,
edges of your sword.
yeah, so and the same would apply, like we see this type of formation still in the downtrend. I would do exactly the same. I'll place a limit order there. And I stop there. I'll keep it tight based on the 4-hourly. Because this looks tight here on the 4-hourly, but if you jump to an hour or 15 minutes, you'll see it's not that tight. So that would be my stop, which is equivalent to, okay, that's a 0.45%. But I'll keep it tight in the event it reverses against me. So a lot of times I wake up and I'm like 50% in profits, 40%, or take profits or eat. And then I just wait out the last 25%. So I always keep 25% for runners.
Yeah, like that one time on that scalp where you had it just turned into a couple 1,000%, huh? With that you had that last little bit weaseling trying to squeeze it, and it just took off on you.
Yeah, because look, you already got more than what you anticipated from the markets. So let the risk run. So keep your stop loss tight. If it goes in your favor, all good, pick up the pieces, you know. If it stops you out, there's nothing to complain about. That's a risk-free trade. You're gone already. So that's what I've always tend to leave a 25% run. Or if I see that there could be a change in market structure, I'll cut the 25% to at least half. I'll split it maybe 12, 30. So I'll take that 12 if it looks like there's a possibility of a reversal. I'll take 12, but I'll leave 13 with a tight stop loss and see what happens.
Nice. Yeah. Very nice, sir. Thanks for sharing on that. Sorry I turned it into a little bit of interview there, but yeah, I was just curious to know a couple things. I want to absorb as much information as I can myself. Alright, so you want to take a look at the comments real quick, see where we're at? I think I'm getting to a position. I'll bring the camera back over here now. Thinking I'm about getting ready to try and enter another short here. We can get a little bit closer to this line. I want to try and set up something here. But I just wanted to point that out. I'm still looking. I may take another trade if I can. If that price comes a little bit closer. I definitely jumped in too early here, so I could have made my entry a little bit better. I'm going to try and wait for a 200 touch here to continue this strategy. I wanted to explain that real quick, and then we can go through the comments really quick. Don't think there's any new ones, much new ones. Looks just like a bunch of little chit-chat in there. Johnny says, sweet thanks. Janny's laughing at spider webs. Yeah, it was pretty funny. I thought that was great too. 22:20. I don't know what that timestamp is for, but looks like Janny stamped us 22:20. Huh?
Answering when you asked about the time. So we're in the same time zones.
Oh! Oh, I thought it was a timestamp for the video. Yeah, 10:10. Nice. It is 15:29 here, 3:29 p.m. Texas, USA. Johnny says 21:23 in UK. Last orders at the bar. Yeah, looks like the U.S. stock market is going to close for open traders in 1 minute. So validity's about to die from that end. Everyone's going to go get ready to get fucked up for the weekends. But crypto market is 24/7. So I'm going to keep my butt right here in this desk and see what else I can get done. Because I know there's still going to be some volatility ahead. I'm pretty ready for that.
To the downside.
Yeah, potentially, brother. Potentially, yeah. I'm not too confident in the market's ability to hold this level. Ultimately, if it breaks this low, am I looking here? Yeah, I got my screen share. So I mean, we have a couple of low levels here, and we're getting pretty damn close to breaking them. If we break this low, ultimately, I think we might shoot down into that range. Price is setting up here, and it didn't have a violent correction like you would expect. But maybe I just need to open up to a larger time frame and see some of that. But yeah, I'm getting ready for this volatility to pick back up. It's just been a little bit of a brief cool down period, I would believe, before some further intense action is going to play out. And I'm not really convinced on the long-term uptrend reversal here anytime soon, because that's what we would need. This is the downtrend that we're in. We would need an uptrend reversal to confidently target, new all-time highs or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a healthy correction.
Johnny says, Johnny, pour me a coffee there, please. Home bar. Oh, man. I could use some coffee right now. I already had a cup this morning, though, so I don't usually like to have more than 2 cups in a day. Coffee's not good for you. Caffeine's not good for you. Ugh, I almost hate it. It's a love-hate relationship. But I could use a cup right now. Sounds good. What about you, G-Man? You good for one more altcoin analysis? Because that would, we can take care of the ones that were dropped today, and that'll pretty much catch us up. We have 3. There's 2 of us, so we can each do one more and leave the last one hanging.
All right, cool.
You look about zooted. You're more than welcome to go whenever you'd like, sir. Don't make me keep you prisoner here.
No, it's cool, bro. Let's go.
All right, sweet deal. So we got, let me see. Yeah, we have LTC, which is one we both know, DAR, which I've never heard of before, and LDQR. So I'm thinking I'll be spunky and take one of these I've never heard of before.
LTC. Let's see.
All right. Oops.
All right.
Reward ratio there now. So I'm gonna flip a coin for, let's see. Heads is DAR. Tails is LDQR. Heads is DAR. All right. We're gonna do DAR, guys. Don't know what this is. I hope it's a crypto. Okay.
With the exchange.
It's on Binance. Nice.
Ivan.
Huh? I picked the one on Binance. Oh, lordy. Okay, right. This is going to be interesting to talk about. You want to go first, G-Man? You or me? I can chart this live.
Yeah. Go for it.
All right.
Let's see what it...
Let me pull my BTC chart to a screen above me real quick so I can monitor that. I want to make sure I don't miss a BTC trade here. Okay, yeah, so I'm still waiting on BTC to do a pullback along the 50 or 200 EMA. So, let me put me in the corner now. All right, cool beans. This very interesting asset we see here. It was listed, at least it appeared to be listed on Binance November 4th, 2021. So what usually happens, you'll see this in a lot of altcoins. I don't know how many of altcoins this has happened to or which ones off the top of my head, but I know you can look back. I've seen this in HBAR because I remember trading the HBAR listing. That was one of my biggest plays ever. I remember trading the HBAR pump and dump. And then I also remember trading the Sun pump and dump when Sun got listed. I got wrecked on that one, and that was the last time I played a pump and dump. Me and my friend woke up early for that listing, and we got our asses wrecked. So usually what happens is when something makes it to Binance is there is a huge pump or dump in the asset. It usually spikes up really high and then dumps, or dumps really low and then spikes up. Does not usually dump really low and spike up. It usually goes up and down because a lot of people have bought it before it came to the exchange, and now they're selling it to new buyers who are buying it as it's listed to the exchange. So that is why there's this huge pump at the beginning, because people are eager to buy it as it's a new listing and they want to get in on that profit, who have not previously purchased the asset. And people who have previously purchased the asset from, like, example, a decentralized exchange listing like Uniswap, where it has a contract address available, they're looking to take profits on you guys. You are their exit liquidity. So that's usually what happens whenever we see something come to at least Binance. I would call it the death of a speculative token, because they can be very, very speculative until they land on the exchange, and then they're just flooded with volumes. So the price movement and fluctuation becomes stale. So looking here into this, I'm going to try and break it now. I'll start on the daily time frame, but there's really not a lot going on here. I can see, this is an unfair floor because I don't know what previous price action has occurred before its Binance listing. So this is an unfair floor, but I can say, let me go ahead and make that a horizontal ray. You can say that this is potentially right now acting as a support floor. So if price comes into this below the 60 cent, I mean, of course, 60 cents is a long way from zero. I mean, we can go to zero on this overnight, I'm sure. But that would probably be the last area that I would look for comfortable support, because beneath that we don't have anything. So I know you can reference SLP for this example. There was a seemingly close support floor like right here, for example, and then price breaks below and creates a new one and a new one. So we can very easily fall below here and create a new floor. There isn't anything established, I would say, until we can see this price action come up and create a new high. Then we will have some idea of where a real true floor could be, but there is a lot of room for volatility on this. And basically what we have seen here is a downtrend line outbreak. So I mean, that was steep and not sustainable. If we move this forward now, I don't exactly want to play this wick, because I mean, look at it. It's not going to give us a clear picture of what's going on. We can definitely play it, but I'm not going to be making use of it at this time, as I feel a lot of traders will not be making use of it at this time. If price ever does make it back up there, we will definitely look to use it as a resistance point. But for now, I'm just going to put this here, and I'll go ahead and make it solid and intact because it's valid. So here is our area where we need price to break above. Very simple market structure. This is a wedge. Ultimately, we can call this a downtrend in the larger sense. Now, in the immediate trend, that what we're seeing here is an uptrend. So this is a series of higher highs, and this is higher lows, and we're going to be looking for conflict in this area. So we can see here that if we're stemming from these values, this isn't a perfect line, but I'll just go ahead and turn it white. So there we can see this is a potential for uptrend continuation. And now these aren't forming a solid channel, right, or anything like that. It doesn't, and these all don't touch cleanly. Could probably force these three to touch. So that might be some type of resistance point in the future that I could look to use. So here we have uptrend colliding against downtrend now. So this is the range we're going to be playing if we want to. I'm not going to trade this token, but if you have interest in this token and you want to trade it, this is the immediate range we're looking to play. If support can be found here, you can target longs to here and here. If it breaks over, you can keep riding that to the top of this projected channel. Or, you know, there's going to be some areas of horizontal resistance that we could probably run into before that. But ultimately, if price does not respect this uptrend line here, it's going down here. If price does respect this, we can look for rejection here, and you can try to short from here. Or if you were confident enough to long in this, jumping in on a market long right now to below market, below that trend line is pretty deep. 12% is just not, I can't ride with that in any case, with any amount of portfolio readjustment or whatever. That's just way too much room for error. Some people will tell me that they'll adjust the amount of trades they're going to use in that, or the amount of money they're going to use in that trade, so that they don't overall lose a 3% devaluation on their account. But I mean, that's just asking for trouble. That's such a far stop loss. I mean, I would much rather try and wait. I would rather miss out on this trade than take a bad entry and get stopped out, because that's asking for a huge loss for no reason. So that'd be my thoughts on it. I don't really want to take a long on it now. If price could get closer to here, I'd feel better wagering on a long and maybe using this swing low support. That reduces the stop loss goal for a swing, and then we can try and target long very comfortably. So even if we hit up some of these highs here, I mean, you can see already 32%. That's looking at 4.16 reward ratio, and we can even make that smaller and still make it make sense. So you could ultimately play that all the way to the top of that channel there. It's a very wide, this is a very super volatile asset. Lots of room for volatility. These spreads are just crazy. These candlestick spreads are crazy. Yeah, on average 14. This is a small candlestick I just measured, and it's pretty close to being an average length of a candlestick. It's 14% within daily fluctuations. So I will not try to trade this. But if you wanted to, that's something you could try to do with it. Fuck, man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, in this particular scenario, I think we did see Bitcoin fall 10% yesterday or the day before. I'm not sure anymore. All my days start to blend together. But this is a common theme for this coin. It has a lot of days with volatility greater than 10%, and I just can't stomach that kind of volatility.
Can't hear you, bro.
Touching on Bitcoin real quick, looks like I'm going to potentially get. This is a messed up consolidation range here. Looks like I'm gonna get the signal for an entry to take a short position. So that right there would be the signal. So I'm gonna see how this candlestick plays. If this candlestick shoots through like this one did here, I'm not going to pay attention to the signal either. But if the next candlestick shows a little bit of halt, then I'll go ahead and place the entry to obey. I'm going to try and obey this strategy and see what the results would give me. So it looks like we're probably going to get 2 trades out of today's live stream. So that's a 1 minute candlestick. We'll see how it reacts. Let me get set up. Let me get prepared to take the short. Okay, so I'm not going to mess with my account size. I'm going to use 5% again. Okay, 5%. So it's going to be like $100 some odd base. Pre-leverage. I'm going to be using 10x leverage. If I go in on a spot trade for scalping, I'm basically just going to get burnt. I could put $100 on spot, but the spot fees are higher, and I'm not going to be able to make a profit with the scalp. So I'm using small amount of leverage, small amount of funds, not throwing my whole bank out there. But with leverage, the position size would come out to about $1,250. So it looks like I'll try to play it. I can go ahead and set this rejection here, or I can go ahead and set my stop loss. I'm going to try and keep it tighter this time. 5% is not bad. Looks like I'm going to be trying to play the same damn range. If I put it over the swing high, I mean, I'll probably exercise more patience in this, because if you see this too, I could still be riding this position. It would finally be in profits coming back to entry now, but it gives me time to think clearly and start over. So if I'm going to put a stop loss, I wouldn't like it to be too far beyond this level, honestly, but I'll project it to be right here. I'll have to extend that way too far, because the price comes over and looks for the confirmation. If price comes over here and then retests, that's like really far. So I'm going to be having to ask for a huge take profit goal to make this make sense. I don't really like the current market structure. There's so much tangling going on here. But let me see. If I was going to try and take a take profit goal, it's almost essentially I'm taking almost the same trade as before. So I'll try to be a little more conservative in my take profit goal this time. Set it to a price point where price has been before. If it comes in there, that'll be good. And now it looks like I'm getting a better entry. Well, where candlesticks is now, I want to wait to see how it plays that. So this isn't one-to-one. This isn't one-to-one, and I don't like that. I normally want to try and take a one-to-one position, but that's a reasonable take profit goal, and this is a reasonable stop loss. I don't think that this trade is going to be worth it, if I'm being completely honest. With the new information I presented back here, you see, it seems like I almost took exactly the same trade. Back here, I was working with different, a little bit of a different structure, and now I have new information. So now I'd be betting against this. This is seemingly 1 minute speculators are trying to sweep from this low price, and they're trying to buy from this low and take it up to this high. So it looks like people are trying to, we're stuck in this range now, where shorters are shorting from here and longers are trying to long from here, and ultimately that's where we're going to have to break out. So I'll go ahead and play the damn rejection. Let me just jump in on that. Then I'll set up, I don't like this stop loss or take profit goals. I will try to make it one-to-one. And this is almost asking for, if I move this stop loss any closer, like if I try to adjust it like this, I mean, maybe I could try to play that point or something. But I feel as if I did this, I'd really just be asking to get stopped out. See, just like that. Something like that can happen very quickly. So I need to have this stop loss in a formidable position. And I'm going to need to make my TP at least one-to-one in order to do that. So I'll be very, very skeptical of this to see if price will come into this region, and I will not hesitate to pull out this time around for profit. Fucking hell, man. See, that stop loss would have got me out if I was in it right then and there.
Damn.
Market's not playing with us, bro.
Yeah, but you know, it's altcoin consolidation, man.
Huh? Yeah, it is. It's very tight, brother. Very tight consolidation range.
Way
But
too risky.
I would like to use the strategy on a different time frame, that's for sure. But hey, man, this is what I signed up for, so we're just gonna go ahead and play it. Like I said, if this crosses over into a profitable moment at any fucking time, I'm not gonna hesitate like I did over here. There was a lot of room, and like I said, I would have I wrote it into a losing position at this point, but there were times that I could have adjusted that to even above entry, which is what I would normally do.
Yeah.
Just being constricted to that, I do really want to take a large sample of these trades because, you know, like I said, people really just kind of rewind and play it out from there. So involving tuition with the strategy is definitely noteworthy. So we'll play this damn thing. All right, let me come back to you, G-Man. We'll see. I'm just going to put you on screen for a sec because I've had my chart up there for quite some time while I grab a drink of water. Jeez, this is my third bottle of water now. Nice. Take a look through the comments here and see what we got. Where did we leave off at there? Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any new comments. Neat.
It's cool based on the comments.
Jenny says, "You sure you don't want a tea?" I like tea, but not right now. I don't want a tea. Not a real big fan of sweet tea, but I'll drink sweet tea if we go to the restaurant and they have sweet tea. I don't brew it at home though.
Yeah.
Let's see. Very odd market at Mo, ain't it? Really volatile. Man, the market's like this all the time, you know. It's just in your favor or it's not in your favor. I really, man, I thought I was going to have fun with this, like with before I came onto the live, I thought I was going to have fun with this strategy. I thought it was going to give me clear indicators of what to do and what not to do. But damn it, I feel like being isolated to one strategy and time frame is hindering to my performance. Is extremely hindering to the performance.
At the same time, this is a good example of when to stay away from the markets.
Oh yeah, I mean, fuck. In a time like this, you don't want to be, if you don't have a really solid game plan or know your strategy by heart, you don't want to be attacking the 1 minute time frames in any case, especially right now with how much volatility we had. Whenever I saw Bitcoin slam out yesterday, I knew that the title "Try Not to Get Wrecked" was actually going to be, we're gonna have to try not to get wrecked, man. Fuck, that volatility is something else. But in this situation, I would love to have my other EMAs on, you know, as an area of short term. I would like to look. I would also pay attention to the 9 and 26 crossovers. Like looking at the 50 and 200 is isolated for this strategy, but I would love to look at the 9 and 26 as well. And you know me, my favorite indicators are RSI, MACD, and ADX. I would love to be able to have those to rely on for information as well. But this is also, I could say this is eye-opening for me. I've always been a strong advocate of this strategy. Of course, because I know its performance on larger time frames. I have bots set up to the 5200 EMA crossover for the 4-hour and the 1-day time frame. I have bots set up for that. And I know some of them are losers, but I don't care because over the long term, they have been winners. And I know that they're profitable on larger time frames, so it's definitely eye-opening for me to see because I've backtested it on smaller time frames, and I've seen the backtest results, and they're by far from desirable. You have to take a lot of trades to barely break even and whatnot, but just trying to see how I could actually involve an isolated strategy with my own intuition is definitely painful. And I feel like I'm getting the experience of like what I'm telling the students to do. Because a lot of times in crypto university, I tell these guys to just practice one strategy, you know, practice it a bunch of times until you decide whether you like it or not. But my goodness, it's been so long since I was actually running dry strategies, and I never ever ran dry strategies on like the 1 minute time frame because I know simply the 1 minute is very invalid. So whenever I was, I mean, I still do a lot of testing, but whenever I was primarily getting started, I really only stuck to larger time frames because I mean the movements within them are larger, and now I hate staying in for something for that long and watching that long of a movement play out, like having to watch something for several days or several hours or several days. That is almost more painful to me because there's just so much room for error. Like at least on smaller time frames, I know now that I'm gonna be right or wrong very quickly, and I think that draws down from some type of way that I like to speculate. But yeah, I definitely feel like I'm in the student's shoes now and just trying to interpret this data, and it's very daunting. It's just stressful to try and analyze a limited amount of information. The way I would have liked to have done this was to use market structure first, and then add on my indicators, because market structure definitely tells me a lot, especially with what we have now. I had a lot more than what we were working with, so I could place a long position here or short position there more confidently based on market structure. But I am trying so hard within me to ignore the market structure that I see and just trade the damn crossovers. Because if I were telling someone to do this, which I have told people to do this before, to trade the strategy, this is the results they would see, and this is the stuff that they would go through. So yeah, I mean maybe they wouldn't trade it on the 1 minute time frame, but it's eye opening to say the least. I'm gonna open up I got a salted caramel, sweet and salty granola bar here. I'm not gonna name drop the brand because I don't know if I could get copyright sued for something, copyright infringement on something like that. Yeah, here, I'm gonna open this outside of the screen. My hands are a bit sweaty now. I'm losing all my damn money today, so I couldn't open that properly. Alright, take a little snacky snack. G-Man, you got 2 cents for us while I mute my mic and eat this granola bar?
LTC. Yeah, I can share, but LTC is doing the exact same thing that fucking Bitcoin's doing, man. Let me share. I just cleaned the chart now. Let's do this from the beginning again. So based on this daily, this would be a key level. Based on those previous resistance that now turn into support, and I would take it slightly lower. This is another way I like to do my TA and not all those lines. So all I'm looking for here is key levels. I'm not looking for all the noise in between. Even though we're on the daily, this to me is still noise. So, because we're going to break it down to the lower time frame. So this level here is a key level for me as well. So at this point, I'm not even interested in this other price action above. I know we always say look at price action, geo trend lines, support, resistance, but my main concern now is this zone. That would be a bullish scenario, yeah. But if I go down to the 4 hour, we can currently see that this is also consolidating there. We never saw a bounce off the support. We actually saw a break into it. So this would be another consolidation zone based on the 4 hour. If I jump now to the 1 hour, you could have traded this, but what indication do you have that? So based on market structure here, On the hourly, that's a key level. We got a rejection there once, twice, thrice. Back down to support. Here we currently see a bounce of this zone. So do we take a long base on that? Even though we're in the oversold position, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking a long just yet. Based on Bitcoin. And the initial trend, we're still in a downtrend. So in that case, I will look at this level. No, not that one. I'll go with this one. So this would be my level there. And based on that, it will be, I'll be looking at this for a possible breakout trend. So we could see the market from the support, maybe see a rejection from that. We could play in here for days still in this consolidation. So we either want to break below or break above out of this. But like I said, we got this resistance as well. Based on the hourly. I mean, on the daily, this is just daily consolidation. So this is where we need to watch out now. Break below the zone, or here's confluence as well. Here we got the resistance zone and a diagonal resistance based on higher price action. So this is our the new zone that we have to look out for based on the daily. So if I apply my fibs to this, seeing the downtrend, let me go with my fib retracement from that level. Big, and we go from this pivot point there, and then we'll go with this one here, previous high there, and then this recent low. So this is all based on the daily. So that is my resistance. This is my confirmation here. On all these fibs, the strongest confirmation here would be this one, which is exactly, that's a resistance zone. So if we see a break to the upside, we'll have to watch out for this zone. You can see we got a rejection from there previously. And based on a daily, we can also see that this is a daily resistance. So if I do that, that's in line with this daily resistance. So yeah, I won't take a trade on this LTC. Not now, not yet. I've got no confirmations yet. And that's without using any indicators. This is a strictly price action. So you could take a potential trade to resistance there, but it's risky because you can see, even though we formed this higher high here based on this resistance, look like we broke market structure, but then we immediately fell down, and then that would be a new swing high there. It would be this one. There. So if you were to trade this to that resistance, it's a bit risky based on this zone. And now, because we changed market structure to the downside, I would think that we look for potential short in this position. But like I said, it's consolidating and there's just no real confirmation which way the market is going. Yeah, so just my opinion, but I would stay away from the markets for now until there's real confirmation of its potentially. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. It's I mean, there's always an opportunity to be taken, but I mean, how valid is that's pretty risky opportunity if someone wanted to jump on that there. It's certainly valid, by TA. It very well could bounce back to the top of that.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, that would be your area. I mean, and based on this line here, this is also a fib level. You could see a rejection there as well. So if you're taking multiple time frame analysis, you can see that now we jump lower time frames. Now we got new support and resistance. So that will be this would be our most recent resistance or local resistance. And then we would have this one there. So what do you do in a situation like this, even if you're going to scalp it? Here we got a nice bullish engulfing, but immediately we got a rejection around that point. Yeah, so based on my strategy, RSI strategy, it's just not enough confirmations for me. Even if I use this strategy. So there, that's my pivot. So I'll go the horizontal in there. The highest was this point there. And we got it. This is the highest point recent. So that one there. Break above that. Let's stay above this trend line. Then we got a potential long position. But when you're using this strategy, you've got to eliminate all these possibilities. Because it's going to give you conflicting information. This would tell you jump out or stay in there.
So
I use this strictly on price action.
G-Man, I got a question there. So if you would to draw a downtrend line connecting those RSI highs from the most recent one between about, or from the one about 6 to 12, yeah, right there, to, yeah, through, no, right above it, that next level there.
There.
Yeah, so would you say that potentially breaking out here? So you do have, I mean, I see a horizontal resistance there, which would act as
Yeah,
additional confirmations. But since it's
that's correct.
attempting to break over that red downtrend line on the RSI,
Yeah.
do you think that it's probable that price will go up into those other areas?
Yes, it is probable. That's a high probability because we already broke this resistance based on that trend line. So we break above this one, you could fire along that. Like I said, you're taking the aggressive approach now. It's very long too. So okay, let's say you're jumping right away. Your stop would be there, which is about 1.56%, and you'll go for 1-to-1, which is actually at that resistance, right about there, just above this resistance. But if you're breaking above this trend line, you could take a long based on that candle. That's what's important. You have to wait for that candle close. Sometimes it's a bit unfortunate. The thing just shoots. And then you FOMO only to reverse on you. So I'd rather wait for candle close because this RSI could just peep above this resistance to come back down. And based on that resistance. Not this line, this is the arrow. That resistance there. But on LTC, look, I trade on the bigger time frames. I will not take a trade now. There's no indication of where this market is heading. Look at this consolidation here. Yeah, but from this swing here, it could potentially take a long one. Then again, you're late for the party here, You should have been in the state already.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. if longers wanted to long, I mean, plenty of longers jumped in right there, and now they're waiting to see who's going to combat it, because the shorters that are still in profits, many of them have not closed their positions yet. Right now, this battle between market structure is open longs or open shorts battling new longs.
Yeah. So this candle, it's like when I see formations like this, that's very dangerous, because this is your recent swing high. This is your recent swing low. I mean, I've seen in these markets how this one candle can do a liquidity grab of both longs and shorts. I mean, I've seen it like take out the shorts and pulls back down, take out the longs. So, but here the liquidity grab happened already, there and there. We already broke that. So in normal market structure, once we break liquidity, once we get liquidity grab out of the market, it will always be impulsive move to the upside. So here's one, and we should move. Like let's say it took a long day, this was the drop, and right after that, it was impulsive move to the upside. So another way to look at the markets is look for these lower swings. Think of liquidity grabs that's going to happen in the market, and base your analysis on that as well, because there's always an impulsive swing after the liquidity grab. So they basically just need to stop you out, take your money, and then they reverse on your ass.
Yeah, looks like that's exactly what happened to me there on that Bitcoin trade. Stopped me out, took my money, price reversed. Damn.
Yeah.
Happens a lot, man. And I usually try to, that's why I said even when I was playing this most recent trade, I could have used a recent resistance level, but I try to always be, you know, vigilant for those potential support and liquidity, support and resistance like liquidity grabs, because I don't want to be the guy who gets stopped out, just asking for a stop out on those levels if they're not set properly. Thanks for sharing your LTC analysis, man. We knocked out a bunch of altcoins. I see let me see something. Yeah, Johnny asked if we could do LQDR. Johnny, I'll take a look at that here in a little bit. I think I wrote it down wrong. I put LDQR. It looks like it's LQDR. Okay. I'll take a look at that one here in a bit. I'm not going to ask G-Man for anything else. We are 3 hours and 6 minutes strong so far. I think this is my my longest live stream yet. Thanks, G-Man, for being here for this one. It's not going to be the longest one ever. So let me touch back over here on my position now. So I was too interested into your story to see that there was a cross right here. So I actually should have closed my position based on this cross, and I would have closed the position for 0.31% loss. Right now it's at 0.13% loss, and it's simply because I just didn't see that this had occurred. So I am just going to go ahead and try to close this position because I disobeyed the signal. The purpose of today was to try to follow the signals, so I should actually be in a long from here. And I didn't take this long because I wanted to close it short to follow it, but now I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot because price might come back below here, but this trade should be closed based upon this signal here. So I am going to close it before anything else happens, and that would have been a trade right there. Because that now I've stepped outside of the guidelines for the strategy that we're attempting to use here, or that I was attempting to use. I'm waiting for it to grab. Okay, so there's a market close. Okay, perfect. Well, not perfect, but alright. Close that position there. And like I said, it should have been closed here for a greater loss. I was able to make a little bit less of the loss because, and this is simply because I wasn't paying attention. So there's that trade right there. Normally, you know, if you're trading by yourself, you won't be listening to G-Man talk about some stuff. But sometimes you get together with your friends and trade, and you miss out on things like that. Especially whenever you're scalping, a couple minutes can fly by really quickly. So since I missed that retrace, now if I were to try and get into it, it would be upsetting the risk to reward ratio. So I'll wait to see if price can come back close to the 200. Hopefully it'll quit spiraling, because now I'm pretty sure that price is just gonna keep doing this little fucking thing until it breaks up or down one way or the other. Eventually it's going to turn up or down violently, and right now I'm just caught in between those violent. I'm caught in between, man. I'm caught in between. One of these days is gonna break out in one of the direction or the other, and we'll see how it goes. Maybe it's gonna be off the live stream, but just because the live stream ends doesn't mean I'm gonna stop trading. So hopefully I can try and attack that. We got about 50 minutes left on the live stream, so hopefully I can at least take another entry and then update how it went in another environment. But we're gonna see if we can get in on another trade. So the live stream, we should conclude our live stream round about here. Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely gonna be, there should be another cross or two in there. I should probably get one more entry at least.
You know what's so scary about this Bitcoin is that you can look on any time frame at the moment. They're all in consolidation.
Yeah.
Really rare, because if you're looking at the higher time frame, you can see consolidation, but you will see the ranges on the lower time frames. There will be even a change in market structure. But if you go down, from the daily down to the lower time frames, that's consolidation wherever you go. That's crazy.
It's tough. It's a tough range to play. The consolidation's a bit larger on different time frames, but it is.
Yeah. Essentially, it's all consolidated.
It's all stuck. Yeah, it's stuck between horizontal. It's not forming higher highs. It's not forming lower lows.
Lower lows. Exactly. It's like, which way, bro?
Speculators are speculating. People are placing their bets now. Deciding which way it's gonna go, and that's why I like to take the aggressive approach, because when you get in early on the right move, man, you got in early on the right move. When you're wrong, you can generally find out that you're wrong pretty quickly, right? Like, I can get stopped out, 3 or 4 times in a row and understand that I was wrong very quickly. But whenever it does turn into that scenario, it's like, wow, I got in really early, and now I'm catching this huge ride. And, like, for example, the people who shorted Bitcoin a few days ago, they're not sweating too bad right now. They still got a lot of profitable range before they start having to worry about securing profits and all this. Those are the situations I love ending up in, and they happen, for me, historically, for the most times I got into really big winners is because I jumped the gun so early. Waiting for retests and for confirmations and all that, I mean, it's very good so that you can reduce risk in a sense. But it's not good because it limits your ability to capture a profitable move, if I could put it that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes.
But, to each his own, right?
We're all victims of the aggressive approach.
And
sometimes we're human. We have all this in place, all these conditions and rules in place, but there are times when we jump that as well.
For me, it started to break down like, okay, actually, I think I could make a really nice play here. For me, it started to break down like I don't want to, because I was taking positions on larger time frames, and I didn't want to break down and be like, oh, if I'm waiting for price to get here for an entry for a short, I basically believe that it will get there. So why not long it to that point, right? Why not long it until it gets to my short, and then I can try to short it? That's where my thinking started to come from, to where I wanted to try and capitalize on smaller time frames. And ever since I expanded on that train of thinking, I can't look at it the other way now. It's like that bunny rabbit, you turn it upside down and it's a duck or whatever. I don't remember how the damn thing goes. But now I just can't reverse the way I see things, and I'm always thinking, like, whenever I try to set up a swing, it's like, oh, I want to wait for the ideal entry, and an ideal entry would be here. But if I'm waiting for that ideal entry, I basically think that it could get there, so why not try to trade the intraday frame?
That's your initial thought set. So take the trade down there. If not, so whatever does go into favor, then you're sitting there, fuck, I should have taken it.
Yes, exactly, man. I that's one of the worst feelings. Like, getting stopped out of a position sucks, for sure. I hate it. But getting not getting in on a position that I knew was gonna happen. I'm like, oh man. And sometimes I'll internally feel like I can't wager on this. That's a dumb speculation. I shouldn't do that. And then after it happens, I'm like, that was clear as day. Why didn't I take that? All right, let me see here. So I got BTC coming up right now. It's a solid retest, and I hate this damn. It's spiraling in. I really feel like I'm just gonna get stopped out if I take this position at this point. I don't have much market structure. I'm playing the same damn trade now in the opposite direction. But this would tell me to take a long. So if I'm gonna do it, I should jump in now. It could probably spill down a little bit lower, and I can get a better entry. But then again, I might miss the entry. Following this signal like a robot would tell me to enter now. Oh look, now I do get an adjusted entry. Okay, I like that just a little bit better. And it's probably gonna spill out. It's probably gonna spill out and be a death cross. Let me see how these next 13 seconds go. Should have some text here. It says not active trade until I actually get it active, but whatever. It's not active trade yet. Okay, so now we get a new candlestick. All right, I'll take that entry. Let's try it. 0.45% below recent support. Price breaks the support, we'll go down. I'll get outside of that liquidity grab. So price breaks that, we'll see it go down some more. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and keep it at least 1-to-1. So I'll just make it 0.5% there. And then this trade should be over by the live stream, so we'll see. All right, let me just jump in on that son of a gun now. Okay. I don't like the way this looks. It looks like it's going to end up a death cross, but here was the golden cross. So by the strategy, I should buy this retest here. Now let me put in this TPSL. Take profit is at alarm going off. What was my TP? 36143. And 3573. Is it dipping already? I fucking doubt it. Alright, there we go. So I jumped in at market price, and then I edited it to have some damn stop loss and take profit parameters. So this is probably going to be the last trade for the day. Hopefully I don't get my shit wrecked. And now I'm going to be trying to I'm intending to exit by 1700 here my time. But I am going to move this over so that way this isn't in the way of the price action, because if I leave it here, then when price gets there, it's going to be in the way, and I just don't like that. So I'm moving it over so that way we can see what's happening in there. And then let me get G-Man back up on screen. Well, G-Man, thanks for coming out so far with us. Oh, look, it's about 4:20 my time. Shout out 4:20.
Yeah, it's now 11:20.
Damn, you're going to be getting off the stream at midnight. You're still going to be looking at your charts, though, waiting for your daily close, you say, huh?
Not today, bro.
No, not today. Oh, you're feeling a little under the weather, huh?
Under the weather, so I need to doctor myself, you know? What's happening?
Oh, man. Guys, yeah, G-Man told me before the show started he was feeling a little bit under the weather, like he was sick. So, I mean, big, huge shout out to G-Man for not calling in sick. I even told him, you know, if he wanted to sit out, that was fine. No big deal. But he's here because he's a trooper, man. He's got the heart of a lion, the spirit of a warrior. And he wanted to come put on a show for y'all, even though he's feeling sick. So, thank you, G-Man. I really appreciate you being here, man. And I'm glad it was a virtual conference, so you didn't have the chance of getting me sick. Hopefully I don't get COVID through the...
I enjoyed it myself, man.
Yeah, hopefully I don't get sick through the web stream here, but I don't think they make... They might be working on some kind of...
That's why I was muted most of the time. And they said, hey, bro, you're muted, because I was coughing. I didn't want it to flow over to you.
Yeah, I try to mute mine too because I noticed. I'm pretty sure I can hear my dog snoring at some point, so I try to mute mine when you're talking. I don't like to tell my dog to stop snoring. Damn it, he's just the pug. So he's a little chunker. So the pug's the one that snores. Oso doesn't snore. You guys, I don't think you guys have seen my pug, but he's in. Oh yeah, I brought him up in one of the streams. Oso's our star athlete. He's the one making all the dogs. Yeah, Oso's the one making the NFT legacy.
But, poops.
Yeah, Ozo poops. Took a nice video earlier of him this morning. I still have to get to social media. By the way, we have no sales on Oso poops. I've passed out like 11 of them. I don't remember how many we have. It's over 169 because I remember seeing 169 and being like, haha, 69 for the second time. So it's over 169, less than 200. I don't know how long Oso's going to live. I hope he doesn't die anytime soon. Probably could end up well between 1,000 to 5,000 images by the time this collection's done and Oso passes away. So I haven't sold any yet. If you want to be the first buyer, I'll fucking give you something special. But, you know, I'm not going to force anyone to buy anything. Shit, they're only 0.1 ETH. And right now, how much is ETH? It's only 0.1 ETH. That's like $27, guys. Come on. You can afford some dog shit. $27 for some dog shit. Nah, guys, don't buy the NFTs if you don't think it's funny. I'm very strong advocate of that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of ways that NFTs can be profitable, and you can be profitable with NFTs. But I'm not a heavy advocate of that because a lot of the it's hype. A lot of the shit going on with NFTs is hype right now, and it's not going to last forever, man. People have said that about Bitcoin and other cryptos for sure. And NFTs definitely can provide a lot of, they're unique, they're cool, and we can use them in a lot of different areas of the world. We can use them for documentation and for storing art over space and time. But a lot of these NFT projects are just automatically generated images of someone claiming to give their NFT utility and put it to work for their project. And in a sense, some of these projects, you know, they will claim their utility and they are putting that money towards something. But I've seen people like Ty Lopez create some kind of NFT project, and some other guy who's like a really, you know, famous entrepreneur or whatever, he made an NFT project and then he shielded it to all of his fucking followers. You know, they bought it out overnight. Oh, come to the mint or whatever. And then he goes on the internet talking the next day about how he makes $200,000 in transaction volumes just because people are buying and selling his stuff now. It's true. He sold them all out, made a shitload of money, and he's rubbing it in your face now. He's not doing anything with that money except increasing his value of life, his condition of life. The project, there's not the money that you spent on that NFT project is not going anywhere. Sometimes NFTs projects, you know, they will have utility and they'll put the money to use. At Crypto University, we're looking to create an NFT project and we're looking to put the money to use. But that's not to say that our NFT project is the prevailing NFT project or that any other NFT project that promises you this is going to be profitable in the future. You're not buying something like Bitcoin when you buy an NFT. You could make really big and it could change your life. You could become an overnight millionaire if you're lucky. But not everyone is lucky. That doesn't happen all the time. So be careful with NFTs. And that's all I'll say about that for today.
Yeah. I think the easiest way to flip an NFT is when the hype is still there. So let's say you get an opportunity to mint it. There's going to be a waiting list of a lot of people wanting to have one of these NFTs. I think that's the quickest way to flip it. Because other times you could be stuck with that NFT for the rest of your life. It might not amount to shit either way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would think that's just my thought on NFTs. I had one or two. I'll let it go. But it's not my forte. I grasp it, I understand it, but it's not something I would want to get involved with, you know? Nah, just not for me. Like I said, if you're gonna mint a good NFT, and while the community is still ranting and raving about it and wanting to have one of these NFTs, that's a good time to flip it for a good buck. You missed that opportunity or that window. You could be stuck with the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And that community says, fuck this is a lot of bullshit. So step away from. That's my issue that I have. It's community-based driven, and that can be a major problem.
Very well said. That summary right there. I mean, I think I've danced around trying to express that, but NFTs are, most of them are very community driven. So if the community falls apart, there goes your fucking $26 million investment, right? God forbid something happened to Bored Ape Yacht Club. God forbid somebody sue them. God forbid Elon, talked about them the wrong way. That's it. You purchased that NFT for $26 million in Ethereum, and now you're fucking stuck with it. Someone, they might be holding those waiting for 10 years, and maybe the value does go up. Maybe they make hundreds of millions of dollars, but maybe tomorrow the floor price crashes on Bored Ape Yacht Club and you're stuck with nothing. You don't even have a Bitcoin. If the price of Bitcoin crashes, at least you have Bitcoin. if you're holding an NFT that you don't appreciate the artwork, or it doesn't mean anything to you sentimentally, then you're just stuck with something stuck. So if you're gonna buy, my advice is, if you're gonna browse NFTs and try and trade them, at least shop for things you like visually. So if the floor does fall out from underneath you and you do get stuck with it, you don't hate it.
Exactly.
That being said, there is no utility behind Oso Poops. It is strictly me testing the internet to see if they will buy dog shit. So, well, I'm openly not backing this. There's no utility behind it. Straight up. If you want some pictures of my dog pooping, you can have them, though. That's all you're getting out of it. All right, so let me see here. Couple comments right here. So after this stream, I'm hitting the bed hard. Janny, you been here the whole time, bro? Janny's a real one. Shout out, Janny's been here the whole time. Looks like my dog's having some nightmares. You okay, Bubba? Come here, bub. You want to hop on stream real quick? Come here. I can't get you on my lap. Come here. Come on. Come on. Get up. Come on. Come here. This is Oso. This is Oso Poops. Oh, he sneezed on me. Bless you, boy. Bless you. All right, get away now. Sneezed all over my shit. Rude, Oso. Very rude. Go lay down, Bubba. Go to your room. That's Oso. All right, so enough of the sidetracking. Real quick, I'll go to my corner cam. Here's my position so far. This is the only one that, this one rode profitable. This one I had here before rode profitable. So that, I'm really sorry I did not close for profits. I'm sorry to myself. I didn't close for profits or adjust my stop loss above entry. So now here, if I were to follow this strategy, I'm supposed to wait for a death cross. But if price comes back to the entry on this trade, I'm just going to close it at entry. I am going to try and write it up for some degree of profits, so that way I can try to recoup. I think I lost like $7 today. Yeah. Between this trade and the other trade is about $8 lost. So I would love to try and reach the take profit goal on this, but ultimately, if it comes back to the entry point, I'm gonna close out. And yeah, I'm not gonna wait for this cross to play out there on that one. So we'll get my end results from this trade based on that. What you got there, G-Man? What'd you say, sir?
I said that's a wise choice.
For the heart of the damn strategy testing, I wanted to follow through with it to see if it would go one way or the other. But yeah, in real scenarios, in absolute real conditions where I'm trading by myself, anytime price goes over entry, I'll adjust my stop loss to where I can get out, to cover the exchange fees and just get out for only wasted time. And in that way, if that does happen, I could potentially recalculate an entry, and it might be a better entry. Absolutely no reason to write a trade into a loss after it's already seen a profitable margin. If it ever went into profits for any reason, just adjust your stop loss to a break-even price. And if you get out of the trade right then and there, that only presents you with an... If you believe in the idea, you don't have to wait for it to float around in the stop loss and then come up. If you believe in the idea, you can try to retarget a better entry. So that's what I'll take away from that. G-Man,
that's a good strategy, but bro, I don't know how you can do it under 1 minute.
Oh, well, I usually use different... I do have a simple market structure event plan. I got a couple live streams planned out already, In that simple market structure one, that's really what I'm going to use for the majority of my 1 minute time frame trades are just straight up like this. Like,
Yeah.
so I see this,
Hardcore.
yeah, I see this going here like that, and I'm like, okay, when that breaks, I'm going to long it. And it goes up, and then I see this steep ass shit getting created right here. I'm like, okay, when that breaks, I'm going to short it. and I'll just play that until it goes back and forth.
Oh, I see. That's where I see where you get the name from, Deadly, eh?
Yeah, it's just fucking. I mean, it's gonna break, right? It's gonna break up or it's gonna break down. I'm gonna spectate on it, and it works really well for consolidations, like trading this type in consolidations, because, like I said, I mean, you run into a top parameter and you know that's short money. You run into a bottom parameter, you know that's long money. You can have stop loss easily below here and here. So trading the ranges on 1 minute time frame is fun as hell and easy to do for me. And like I said, I can figure out very quickly if I'm right or wrong. Because if I'm trying to long this right here, I mean, that's it. I'm playing that right there. Well, here it's 0.7, so that doesn't make sense. But, you know, in a basic sense, I can try to find out, you know, here I'll be right, or I'll be wrong quickly, or I could be right going back up to here, right? So then there's that one. And if I'm setting up the short for that, then I'm going here, not a long. And if I'm setting up the short here, I wait for it to break. I'm like, oh, you know, it's breaking down. I'd probably jump in right on this and then have this somewhere above that, probably above here. And then I'll play it on the downside. And then, like I said, if it comes back to my entry, I'm out. As long as it keeps going in profitable direction, I'm in. And that's how I'll play it. The only time I'm wrong whenever I'm scalping is if it immediately goes into a losing direction, which isn't often, you know. I will usually have some room to escape, at least at break even.
So wouldn't that be more than like a breakout rate?
Yes, I guess you'll call it like a simple breakout strategy. Like, whenever I'm doing that, though, you know, I'll look at the RSI. Is it overbought or oversold on the 1 minute? I'll look at the MACD. If there's a cross occurring, that is fantastic, because now I'm speculating on the cross. On the 1 minute time frame, the MACD, you know, being a valid uptrend or downtrend doesn't really tell me too much. I use it more so on the crosses, and I speculate on those. That's where the MACD helps me most on the 1 minute time frame. And then on the ADX, it's not as helpful, but I can see, you know, quickly at the very end of the ADX when those tails are forming, I like to bet on the tails. Those very small, it goes down and then it comes up. That brief little movement there is enough for me to speculate on, like, okay, I want to speculate on this move. If it breaks up here, I got the best entry, you know. I don't want to try and wait for an entry.
That's a change in strength. Just by that small little. So yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, that's the funnest way for me. Just for a quick example, if I was trading this breakout here, let me see. I would try to fit it along the bottoms of the candlesticks, and then now that I have this created, another low, I can project from here. So if I were still in this trade from here, based upon where my entry would be, I don't know if I would have closed out or not. But whenever this new information is presented to me, then I can use that to say, okay, if price goes back to my entry, I'm out. But now I can speculate on this, and then I get more comfortable and more confidence once this is broken, because I'm already in a profitable position. And new speculators have seen this line, didn't get in right here with me, and now they're speculating on this. So I'm riding their coattail, essentially. But there's a lot of ways you can, you know, when it comes to the 1 minute time frame, there's a lot of ways you can speculate on it. Those short-term breaks are the best for me, and 926 EMA crossovers. Yeah. Okay, so here I'm going to just go ahead and escape with my exchange with break even. I'm just going to give the exchange its money and break even on this. I don't want to try and ride it back down any lower. I'm tired of losing this. I'm tired of losing on the 1 minute time frame to this strategy. This market is not very favorable. If I would have had some better, more extreme conditions like this, like, fuck, man. Look at all this volatility here. That's a nice range to play. This is a nice range to play. This is a nice range to play. Right here, I'm just all chopped up. So, REKT Friday, try not to get wrecked. Oh, look at that. Made it out with 2 cents. 2 cents on that last trade. So, waste of time on that one. I was pretty sure that was going to happen. I didn't really like how it was coming together here in this market structure. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and put these now in speculations. yeah, I have speculation right here. So I'll move this down to speculation. Oh wait, those were live trades. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll go to trades taken. My bad. Okay, so move that one to trades taken. Trades taken. So sometimes I delete these here. You know, there's not really that much that you can see, but I like to just go back on them. That way I can see where's my recent ones at. Well, shit. I'm on the 1 minute time frame, so I'm not gonna try and chase them down. But I like to keep them to some degree. That way I can just kind of go back and see, you know, what I did in the simple aspect. But I can also just hide them all at once whenever I'm doing new TA, so it doesn't get in the way. If anyone wants to, you know, maybe take note of that, that's kind of how I'll do that there. But yeah, screw this crossover strategy on the 1 minute time frame. I can't really say much out of 3 sample trades. I'd like to take more to be able to, you know, give a solid thesis, but based upon the 3 trades I've taken today, they were in a choppy market. I could have taken 3 trades in a different position in a strong uptrend and been longing, or in a strong downtrend and been shorting, and could have ended up with 3 successful trades. So it's all dependent upon what the market gives to us.
Well, with any strategy, it's like if you're in a trading market, it's going to work out most of the time. You know, when we get into situations like this, that's when the people panic and which way to go.
Yeah, you're
so
absolutely right on that. It's you know, it's hard to say that. I mean, there's definitely strategies that you can automate. Like I said, I have this one automated, and over the larger sample of trades, it becomes profitable. Like, I can't say exactly how many of the trades will, you know, based off the top of my head, how many of them were profitable in a 4-hour daily time frame. But the idea when choosing a strategy and deciding on it for the long term is not to try and find something that works 100% of the time, because you will not find something that works 100% of the time. If you do, please share it with me. I'll pay you a lot of money for it. But realistically, you're probably not going to be able to find something that works 100% of the time. So you have to find something that works over a larger sample of trades that can provide you profitability.
You need to be profitable over long periods of time, not when Lambo. Forget about Lambo.
And something too that I want to point out, something really quickly on trading versus investing. So a lot of times traders want to capture these phenomenal results, and if we look at any market, even just yesterday's fallout, 10%, many people shorted that and got profits. But how many of those people do you know? And are you one of those people yourself, right? So a lot of times whenever we come, especially me, whenever I first came to trading, I was like, wow, look at the spreads between crypto, because I finally understood. They were like, yeah, dude, you could just hold and make profits. And I was like, well, what about all the in-between? And I was like, oh, so that's where a trader comes in. That's where a trader trades. The vast majority of traders are not profitable. There are, I mean, yes, anybody, I'm not going to say that you need a special ability to be good at speculating. In Benjamin Graham's book, The Intelligent Investor, he says that speculation is, or, you know, good speculation, someone with the ability to do analysis and good foresight should not be relied upon indefinitely. And basically what he's saying there is that no one can see the future. And oftentimes, because no one can see the future, it's really hard for a trader to beat a market average. So by just simply buying and holding some amount of crypto or some coin, especially Bitcoin, you can beat the market average, right? For this year, I might trade better than you, and holding Bitcoin at the start of this year to the end of this year might be a loss for you. But over the next 4 to 5 years, if you continue to hold Bitcoin, you will outperform 90% of traders. There is a small handful of traders who discipline themselves and understand how to live off of their trading balance and how to divert some of their profits from their trading balances into a long-term portfolio. Just because I'm a trader does not mean I'm not long-term investing, because I'm fully aware that in order to beat the market average, I have to be superhuman, especially in Bitcoin. When we're talking about stock market averages, it's easy to beat 12% a year trading crypto. I can make that on the toilet. But if I'm going to try and beat 197% annual compound that Bitcoin has presented to us since it was incepted, the average compound rate of Bitcoin is about 197% per year. That's just that's 2x in your portfolio every year. Now, like I said, there's some years where Bitcoin will have drawbacks, but there are definitely over space and time, long periods of time where you will be profitable. 600% in the last bull run happened in a few months, less than a year. 600% we saw, which is a 6x. And now over the course of 3 or 4 years, that's going to average out. 3 years, that would be 200% per year if it never sustained below that level. So when you are trying to become a profitable trader, keep this in mind, that you will have to study your ass off and understand that, as Gman has said, over the larger sample of trades is where you want to take some profitability away. And don't neglect your long-term investments. While I preach that anyone can be a trader, it's very, very true. I live off my trading. If I want to go have a really nice dinner, I will make it a point to try and trade to afford that nice dinner. So you can do this, and in reality, you can live off trading, but it does not come easily. And you might just be wasting a bunch of time if you're just you could just hold Bitcoin and do better, in a lot of the cases. So I don't know where I'm going with that, but don't neglect investing. I live on the 1 minute time frame as a trader, and I make money off of it. But over the long term, over the next 10 years, if I were to just do scalping every day for 10 years, a holder will beat me. A holder will outperform me. Guaranteed. No matter what strategy I pull out of my butt, no matter how successful it is, holding's going to beat me. All right, Professor Gman, you got any closing thoughts for us today? The stream should be dragging out for another 18 minutes or so, but I got to take a piss, and I don't want to leave you here by yourself, so we'll close it just a bit. Screen. Oh, yeah, you want to share your screen? Sure thing.
Now, Yanni's asking Gman, what happened with the BTC trade?
Okay.
Still in or cross over? So,
let me see
I'm
here.
still in.
Yeah, whenever you want to share your screen, go on.
I'm still in. As I previously mentioned, I never broke above my resistance. Here's my diagonal resistance. Here we had almost like a fake cut, but we never broke this resistance. So remember, previously I said that this is a key level. We got a rejection every time. So as long as I didn't break this, I would stay in there up until the point I see a change in this market structure that will determine whether I jump out or not. But I will let this ride as long as it takes. That's just my strategy that I do different to Edward. He's got an hourglass. I like to do where I place my take profits, stop losses, and I let it play out. Because essentially I'm willing to lose X amount if I get stopped out. Because I'm looking at both sides of the fence. You can't just look for the long position. You have to look for the short as well. So you have to be on both sides. So in the event it goes against you, what am I going to do? Where am I going to jump out? In the event that goes in my favor, so be it. So don't just look for a long position because we're in an uptrend. You have to look at the short scenario as well to cover yourself. So in this case, as long as that RSI don't cross that resistance line there, I'm going to stay in this trade. And that's based on my strategy. If we go down, at least, I think it's this 1.5, 1-to-1 reverse to reward. That's my first take profit. Or if I see that we're close to my first take profit, I will move my stop loss into profits. Obviously pay the lights, pay the exchanges. But if I get stopped out, tough shit, we move on, but I'm stopped out in profits. So there you can still see, like I said, this resistance, this is now my resistance trend line. This could be my potential support, but this is my key that I'm looking out for. So if we see a bounce, 9 out of 10 times, if we see a bounce like this, like that, like we have now, and it only goes to there, that's only a retest of this resistance. Because that will make me, oh shit, let me jump out of there before it's too late. But I'm just looking at this level. Because this is now in the real time. This is not cherry picking it and using an old chart. So I just let it play out. But there are times when, you know, you're obviously not going to let it play out because you can see that there's a change in market structure and maybe in profits, maybe not in profits, but then you have to make a decision. You also need an exit strategy, irrespective of what happens in the market. You have to protect yourself. So that's why I like to put an exit strategy before I put my take profits. So you go, mentally you're prepared for that loss. So now you get stopped out. Yeah, shit. That happens, but you were mentally prepared for that amount that you lost. Instead of leaving it with the hopes it's going to turn around and you eventually get liquidated, or you are so far deep in the shit that you can't turn around anymore that trade. So that's the thing, you have to look on both sides of the fence before even taking that opportunity. Based on the strategy, that is just my confirmation. Yeah.
Hell yeah, Mr. G-Man. Hey, while you got your screen up, can we see that Solana simulation too? Didn't you simulate one on Solana?
I did.
Oh, that would have been an SL, huh?
It stopped out.
Well, you did have that pretty nice candle there. What was that profitability room right there on that red candle that shot down before the green candle ate it up?
This one, yeah?
No, at the very beginning of the trade.
This one, yeah?
Yeah. What was the measure from the entry? No, I'm sorry. All the way down to where that red candlestick went. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
That's like 0.5%.
It's 0.5%. But remember when I said this was my area I was looking out for. The breakup of this, I would get out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what happened. Because now we weren't watching this trade, but if I was scalping this, that would have been my next entry. Taking it back down.
And so on this strategy here, did you start this risk to reward ratio where the trade entry would have been? Is that where the start of it is?
That's where the start of it is.
Okay, so whenever the RSI came above that point right there, between 21.10 and 22, would you have been out of the position right there? Would you have closed based on that?
On which point? Come again?
See how the RSI, yeah, right there. See how the RSI goes over the top of your white resistance point there?
Yeah.
Would you have closed the trade at that point? If you were,
at this point?
Yeah, if you were live watching that?
Yes, I would. Because this was my area that I'm watching my resistance. Because I know based on previous price action, once we broke this resistance, like that, and now this resistance turned into support, and this little retest here, I'd have jumped out. So, but like I said, you have to do this, you have to practice this a lot, and you have to do it on a live chart. Don't backtest it or don't try and do it on a replay, because you have to see it in the real time. Because essentially, if I was watching the Solana, I would have taken that short hands down, without any doubt, because this was my first point where we got the rejection from. So this is like almost like a false breakout, but then we got rejected here based on that resistance. So even that, I would have taken this from this candle close, or I could have taken a trade from this candle.
And that would have been a short position?
That would have been a short position. So that's almost like a 1.6. And if I took a trade from this point, it's like a 1%. But this is my swing. Because we tend to look at price action like this. Nowhere did we know that this was going to happen. On a live chart, we wouldn't have known that this was going to happen. This could have continued further to the downside. But this was the retest, and this was the area I would look out for. Get rejected from this previous swing on the RSI, we're going down. And that's what I base it on. Don't work all the time, don't get me wrong, but most of the time it's efficient.
Yeah, man, very nice. I've made patterns before in the RSI, but I don't know if I was exactly following a strategy or a strategy derivative of this. Did you find this somewhere on the internet, or is it just kind of something you've been working with?
No, it's like I was trying to build a strategy for myself. This came from a long time ago already. But then what stood out for me is, we always talk about support in the resistance. If I look at this level, this is what stood out for me, and it wasn't making sense. And then I just tried on a live chart. So that would be your resistance point. So based on the RSI, there we overbought. So we're expecting lower prices. But then if you're looking at this resistance, surely you would think that this RSI is going to reach that point. So this is like based, this is a live chart, this is not like a stationary chart. So you would essentially think that here's our swing, this is an uptrend. So we're expecting, based on market structure, this is an uptrend. So we're looking at higher prices. So from this swing to there, that's a higher low. So how do you know that this is going to be a rejection and not continuation? And that's where this trend line and these points come into play. So knowing that this swing happened before that trend line, so it wasn't like that. Let me show you. So it was initially like that, right? So this, extend that line, there's that point. It never passed or never broke this resistance, so therefore this is not valid for continuation to the upside. In fact, that is now just a rejection from that resistance point back to support. So always look at these sharp movements on the RSI. That's all I'm doing. That's taking that point, which is this support. It's going to look a bit messy now, but you'll get the gist of it. So that's support. Look at that support. We have not touched this line, so that is a continuation or a retest of that area. Here we go again. It's a higher high and a higher low. So that's my continuation pattern for the upside. But then if you're looking at a different angle, here we got this resistance from previous price action. From this point. Never broke this resistance, so therefore I'm not going to even consider taking it further to ride this further up, because I'm getting rejected at this resistance. I know it sounds daunting and confusing, but I hope, yeah, makes sense.
It makes sense to me. You might be confusing some of the people here in the audience, but I can see where you're going with this. It's like basic market structures, except you're applying them to the RSI now. And
yeah,
just trading.
That's why I say when I started this, we always tend to look at the overbought and oversold areas, but how long are we going to be in that position? I mean, if you came to the charts, you woke up this morning, you came to the charts, and you saw this. Let me see, a good example. We at this point, just above the 60, almost to the 70. You are not going to look for a long position based on this small area, because we're waiting for it to reverse. Because in this case, we're going to be oversold, overbought, sorry. So you psychologically looking for a reversal pattern. But once it breaks this resistance, that's no guarantee that it's going to be an immediate reversal. Because from this point, there were still 3 candles to the upside. And what I like to use this for, let me go on the 15 minutes, you see if that's clear. I like it on the 15 minutes. is when we're in this type of ranges. So we establish the trend. So you would tell yourself that this is a bearish divergence here. But that would be invalid because based on market structure, we haven't broken this low yet. This is your low, not that. That's here. So you would jump out and take that short position. You would get into profits, but in the day after, if you sleep on that trade, you're out of it. And if you take that bearish divergence and extend it, that's your entry, that candle. That's red candle, yeah, which is also bullish confirmation. It's on the swing, yeah, like forming a higher high.
That's a very nice example there. That playing that breakover would have been a very nice play.
Yeah. So that's basically. But I'll see if I can make a video more in depth though. But like I said, I like to use the bearish continuation patterns. So we're always looking for bearish divergence, bullish divergence. But in a trending market, we can see like, yeah, it's another bearish confirmation. I need to show you. So it's like in a trending market, while we're going up, in the RSI, we'll still see bullish divergence happening. And once you see bullish divergence in a trending market, that is continuation. So that's like bullish divergence continuation. A lot of people would see it maybe bearish. So now you look at this. I just saw it now. I see it's a bit. Yeah. Yeah. And this one.
Yeah, looks like there's a lot of divergence in that area.
Yeah. So based on this divergence, what is your next divergence? So when do we know when this is over? Looking at market structure, yeah, this is a downturn. Right, let's just see what this is. Yeah, here's divergence. Yeah, that's the end of that bullish divergence based on those candles. You had a bullish, immediately you had a bearish.
It happened
This
right
was
before you too.
Yeah, so this is your confirmation that this bullish divergence is over. You should be looking for short opportunities.
Right there too. Just before that, you have a bullish divergence encompassed by a bearish.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you made the play off the bullish, then you'll use the bearish as a exit. Yes.
Correct. Yeah. So I mean, these are the small, because we tend to look only for the bullish divergence or bearish divergence on the major swings, because we're always looking for reversals. But these can play key roles in your trade analysis or when to enter or exit. Like a lot of guys ask, now when do you know when the bullish or the bearish diversion is over? That's one way of establishing it. Because now you'll say, well, this is a choppy market. No, it's not. Yeah, they're giving you confirmation. This is just noise. Until that initial movement really happened. But it takes time now, won't lie, it's not easy. You actually have to train your eyes to see it very quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I know what you mean. Sometimes I just can't. Like, I'll look at the charts now, and there are some things I just can see, like, automatically. As soon as I look at the chart, there are some things I just cannot ignore. So I definitely understand what you mean by training your eyes. Having a good eye for divergence is definitely helpful.
Yeah.
All right, Professor G-Man, we finally made it through 4 hours right on the money.
Yeah, great stuff. Next time is 8 hours. Day after 12 hours.
Oh, hell no, not just yet. After this, they're going to be a little bit smaller. I'm going to try and do 1 to 2. I'm going to try and, do some teaching style live streams as well, not just the chatting, trading type stuff. But yeah, whenever I do get into live trading, I do want to partake in maybe an 8-hour, maybe even a 24-hour live stream. So G-Man, thanks bro for coming to this 4-hour power stream. My eyes are on fire and I have to take a piss like a racehorse. Ooh.
Cool, no problem, bro.
You got any? Oh, here, let me go back to the Zoom chat so we can see you on the big screen real quick. You got any closing thoughts for us, sir? You want to stop sharing your screen so we can see you on the big screen real quick? There you go. All right, what's up? All right, we'll check these comments real quick. We should claim that strategy rights and call this the G-Man maneuver. G-Man, man, it'd be a challenge, but we could script that. We can make it on PineScript. It'd be tough. I'll let you build it, but yeah, it's possible. Market structure application on RSI, just wow concept. Yeah, super wow. Good shit there, Nanya. Thanks for... I didn't know you were still with us. You've been quiet the whole time. Johnny says, great show, guys. Thank you for sharing your genius. Stay safe and God bless. Johnny says, sweating face. Wise Gold says, thanks, guys. Thanks to all you guys for coming out and making this stream possible. I don't know how many of you are still with us, but it was fun. Thanks, G-Man, for coming out and being my first host. And you were here for a 4-hour power stream, the longest stream so far. 2 milestones with you, sir, G-Man. I appreciate it a lot, brother. Thanks for being here. And I hope we can help you grow your channel as well. Please put the link in the comment right here, bro. That way the guys can see the comment and check out your channel as well. So it'll be there in the future as well after the live stream. So you guys can hit up the Gman-Crypto channel. We got to get him to 1,000 subs so that he can have me on as a guest.
Yeah, that's the goal, guys. I need to reach 1,000 subs in order to go live as well. I mean, it's cool to do videos, but to be honest, nothing better than live shows and seeing it in real life action. I mean, we can edit those videos all we like and cherry pick all the good shit. Like, yeah, you guys just cherry pick those good trades, but really we can actually show you on this live trade. So that's why I'm just concentrating on my subs right now, so not anything else. Yeah.
All right, boss. Thanks again for coming on up. I'm gonna go take myself to the bathroom and then take my dogs out for a walk, and then we're gonna go pump that iron, baby. That's why I'm wearing the tank top. Gotta get to the gym, guys. Someone asked earlier, health and wealth. Gotta have them both. All right, fellas. Thanks for coming out. Toodaloos, everybody.
Cheers, guys. Thank you for watching. Thanks along with us. Cheers.